Hello everyone, welcome to the Tournament Kingdom. I'm Thomas, I'll be your caster today, and we are just about 2 minutes and 35 seconds away from getting into game 1 of this series. So, the first game here is going to be between, let's just pull that up really quickly. Our first game of the day is going to be between you and the Luong neighborhood and Coast to Coast. If you look at your screen, you can see the pool of champions available to either team. And actually, now that we have everything locked in, we can go ahead and show that on stream as well. Let's just resize that a little bit. And no, let's not resize it because we're going to have to do that again in about a minute and a half. So it's looking like a lot of crowd control available on both teams. Nice front-to-back team fights. Zillion is ever powerful in ARAM, of course. On the left-hand side of your screen, not 100% certain which team that'll be yet, of course, so it should be you in the Long neighborhood, but we can't be too certain until we get into game. Lee Sin always has a lot of ARAM buffs. In particular, there's a shielding build that's particularly potent on this map. It's a favorite of our tournament host. On the other side, Sivir is a recipient of some pretty hefty ARAM nerfs, so we'll see what kind of damage she'll be able to dish out. Of course, with a proper front line, even if you do 10% reduced damage or so, you can still be quite effective. 45 seconds now until the game begins. Thank you all for showing up today, of course. Some really nasty wombo combos on the blue side, actually. We're looking at that, of course, Alistair, Renata Glask, Lysandra and for Engage as well, and we are now going to be getting into the game. So we're just going to be doing a little bit of resizing on the screen once that starts, if it will begin. We'll just stare at a black screen for a moment as the league client decides to do his thing, and here we are. We are just about to hop into game. We're loading up now. It is going to be Andy on Renata Glask, Project Snail on the Lee Sin, Catacon on the Alistair, Wub Wub on the Gun Goddess Misfortune, bringing in the ultimate skin, Tsunkayu Lee Bunny on Lysandra, Berserking Goat on Zack, I don't know that I can pronounce that, on Sivir, Auto Parts on Katarina, Savior on Zillion, and Eritan on Garen. We're still looking at a 0% load screen right now. I'm sure that'll go ahead and load up sooner rather than later, of course. We've run into a few issues with the League client of late. Still looking like a 0% load screen. So I'll tell you what, we're going to do a little bit of searching around and make sure that this is all going to get started properly for you. We'll just mute and play some music for a minute or so here while we figure it out. And we are loaded into the game. Let's get back into the client for you really quickly here. We're going to go to directed camera, and let's get a little bit of zoom, and we are underway. Yeah, of course, there was a little bit of League client crashing issues lately, as you may have seen by a little red exclamation mark in the upper left-hand corner of your client.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
And now the usual ARAM standoff to start. Zac on Berserk Goat, that is, playing Zac, doing a little bit of dancing there. Alistair frontlining. And the minions have spawned. So in about 20 seconds, will Roy get underway with some action here? That is going to be a snowball landed by Project Snail onto Eratan. And a Q as well. Of course, Garen just going to shrug off that poke there. I'll give you a little bit of a view of the scoreboard as well, as Lissandra not going to take that Claw of Ice as Lee Sin jumps on, and there's a big 3-man Alistair combo, but nothing doing as of yet. Nice Q from Zac as well, as Alistair's caught, and there's our first big fight of the game, as that is now going to fizzle, as the double Zillion Bomb's going to land, but not do too much there. Misfortune doing a little bit of farming as those Sivir W's bounce through the blue side. Not much happening yet, as Alistair is going to jump in. Now in a bad spot, as Lissandra is going to go ahead and W for the disengage. Here's an even bigger engage, as Garen is going to be spinning to win. And he will indeed be winning with that, as first blood is drawn by Eratan. And they are going to get that health relic as well. As we'll calm down for a moment here, as now that's going to be a nice Q from Misfortune onto Zillion, as a time bond lands in exchange. That E going through. Not seeing anything too peculiar in builds just far. Lethality for the Misfortune, as that is going to be a Q taken by Lee Sin, and now a big engage is going to happen. And that is going to be Project Snail going down, and Krakaton will as well. So there's your Katarina with 2 kills already. That needlessly large rod start for going any starter items, that's going to scale very nastily into the later stages of this game. As the Renata Glask is just going to throw a little thingy out into the wave there, not do too much, and it looks like we are heading over for that health relic now. Nice heal going through. And here we go again. And that's a big Alistair engage there, as that's going to be a double bomb back in return. But now it looks like we are finally going to be getting a few kills going over to the blue side. And that's going to be 3 for 3 now, as that's 3 for 0 on the fight. Triple kill for Lee Sin, as the Misfortune rains hell over the head of Sivir, establishing AD carry dominance there. Now Garen's going to farm up those W stacks and move on a little bit forward with that nice amount of tankiness he has available to him. And we fizzle out once more. We go ahead and grab the health relic. A snowball lands, and that is going to be the engage. However, Lissandra's going to ult as Katarina spins to win, but then disengages. And here we go, another engage there, following up as the blue side loses 3 for 1 in return as Garen falls on the other side. And now Zac is going to be initiating the turret dive, and Renata Glass is going to go down without her cheat death available. Now Misfortune turning it around, and Wub really coming up big here, and will indeed get another return kill on the Zillion before she finally goes down. That is a 4 for 1, pardon me, on the fight, though actually Renata did go down as well. So 4 for 2, we're going to call it there, even though that may not be accurate. And now, blue side advancing again. The ever-present ebb and flow of ARAM on display here, as the fight over the health relic with basically full health members on every side is going to be contested, as there is now going to be Misfortune walking away. Katarina doing her dance of blades as that is now going to be a big Q, and Renata's W not going to be able to save Project Snail there. The Zillion Bombs doing their work, as that is going to be another kill for Katarina, but traded in exchange. Misfortune on Katarina, Katarina on Misfortune. And now that is going to be a Lysandra engage back in. However, possibly ill-advised, as the Zillion Bomb will end her life. Now Alistair coming in for the big Krakaton engage, but no follow-up available just yet, as that's going to be a double bomb whiffing, but always present with those Zillion Bombs is the zoning tools. As that is going to be a full-time over the head that's going to claim the life of Eraton. And now, here comes the Alistair combo onto the AD carry. Sivir, however, is going to get away. Alistair may not be so lucky, but he will indeed be able to, as Katarina sprinting back toward her allies with the aid of the chemical winds. I'm actually not sure what Renata Ultimate's called. But she will indeed sprint back to her friends as she tries to stab them. So now, Sivir quite low, so the next fight could be interesting. However, Alistair and Renata also quite low as well. Katarina critically, still on quite high health. As we reset, we wait for a while. When the wave crashes, the action starts, and here is a Lee Sin Q onto Garen, but nothing doing there. As that is going to be Zillion just walking away from a little bit of poke. Okay, so now here we go. Here comes the Lysandra. Nope, no Frozen Claw taken there, as Lee Sin is going to attempt to engage, but just is going to back off with a little bit of poke being sufficient on Katarina there. Another Q taken, and that's an Alistair engage. And now here comes the fight. Katarina wiping the floor, but just not quite enough damage. Can she get the resets? No, she cannot, as the Zillion Bomb is not going to quite finish its job. The revive will come through, but on ARAM, those revives just aren't very potent. The healing reduction on Zillion ult really is quite excessive, I think, on this map. But there we have it. The fight in favor of blue. And here comes the bullet time, but the bullet time not going to do much there. Just hoping for that Zillion kill, as the Zac engage might be coming. And it is, but it's going to be a whiff as he just goes ahead and backs off. Not quite the reaction time to be able to snap onto him there. Not sure if you really would want to either in that situation. So, Savior on Zillion, fitting name by the way for the champion, quite low for the moment. As that's just going to be a little bit more wave clear done. Now the Lysandra Q is going to come out, and we're just going to clear the wave. We're going to wait. As you look at those cooldowns, critically, Alistair Ultimate not up yet, but very tanky in this game mode. Much higher economy than he is on Summoner's Rift, of course, as you don't see many solo lane Alistairs soaking up farm there. Here, even gold with everyone else. As we wait, you can feel the storm brewing. Katarina wants to go in, but Autocar's not quite able to find it, as that is going to be the Zac Q, which is going to take out a huge chunk of Renata Glask's health. Now, a little bit of poke landing. As Renata goes down, that's going to be a lead kick that's not going to do a whole lot, not even really stopping the counter engage, as that is going to be a clean fight in favor of the red team. Now Autopart's blitzing forward, looking for that Katarina to do some damage to them. However, not quite going to be able to dive the turret there. We'll see how crazy we want to get here. So far, not too much taken in the way of chances to the excess. We're feeding the Poros, always important to do on ARAM. Honestly, probably the most important thing to do on this map is that's going to be a double bomb on Lee Sin, but Lee Sin quite tanky. He has quite a few ARAM buffs, and Zillion has a few nerfs. As that's going to be an engage there, as the bullet time isn't going to find too much. It's going to whiff and just hit the tank, as there comes the chemicals to turn the red team against one another. That's a huge ult, but Katarina not quite being focused. Now she does finally fall, as that is going to be 3 dead so far for 2. Well, not 3 dead quite yet, but Zac passive certainly won't be coming up now. And now Wub Wub is on a killing spree, advancing. Nice big handshake on the Zillion, which is going to fit the engage there. Now, Zillion's taking quite the trek, but is going to finally fall to Wub Wub, as here comes the fight. And Sivir will not quite fall. Nice flash away there, and it is going to cost Renata Glask her life overextending there. Here comes Katarina. Look what she can do. And she is going to take out the Alistair. Garen claiming the life of the Misfortune there. Here comes the Zac Elastic slingshotting all the way forward. And now the pendulum swings again. Lissandra not going to take that cue, as Lee Sin is going to fend off the melee there. Not too much happening here, though. Garen does stick around just a little bit too long. Some crowd control on him. But Eratan going to be able to slip away. Xavier bush camping there, and it may just cost him as Alistair does engage, but now he is able to get away. Sivir quite low right now, so not sure how much access she has to the fight. That's interesting. It looks like the Berserk went through her spell shield, or maybe it just got consumed slightly beforehand. That doesn't really matter, though, as the red team is being wiped off the face of the Howling Abyss, and that's going to be a clean 5-0. Full health bars as well, so no guarantee that they lose the next fight either, and they'll really get their first good push of the game, as that tower is quite healthy, just sitting around about 75% health, but they do have quite a bit of ability to cleave through those. Not really, but a full team does a lot of damage regardless, even if you aren't good at turret taking. Here come the Hex Gates, though, or the frozen Hex Gates, as Katarina's going to suffer here, and that is going to be the bullet time over the head, but it is just finding damage onto that Zac. And now we have some more damage onto the red team, and they are just hanging on to life, not quite able to finish everyone off. And Sivir is going to live because that Zillion ult would have revived her regardless. Double kill for Zillion. Zillion notably scales extremely aggressively into the late game with those speed ups on Sivir. And Garen as well, of course. One of the biggest weaknesses of Juggernauts being gap closers is there's a double bomb not quite going to hit, but it is going to just barely not be the life of Renata Glask again. And now, we wait again, as Misfortune really running forward, but Wub Wub not quite able to find that damage onto Sivir. Another bomb going to land on Alistair, but not necessarily the target you're looking for. Alistair has that Heartsteel completed, as well as the Harrowing Despair, I believe that's called. We'll find out. You know what? Let's look. Unending Despair, mixing it up with another item as well, as Alistair just going to get that little WQ onto Garen. And it looks like we have been kicked out of the game because it is over. What an interesting development from your League of Legends client. Interesting. So, that's about it for that game. It looks like there is another game going on, I suppose. I apologize for that anticlimactic ending there. That was quite odd. We're not able to spectate that game either. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take a look at our main tournament screen, and we're going to play some music for you again. Enjoy, everyone. Okay, here we go for our second game of the day. So, we'll see if it loads in properly this time, but we're going to go ahead and just go through the champions and who's playing them for the moment. And if it crashes, it crashes. If we load in, it loads in. So, first up, we have Zima on the Snowstorm Sivir, Nurahone on the Bziggs, Naroon on the Coven Morgana, Kyort on the Arcana Tom Kench, the Daniel Park, pardon me, on Yorick, Nova Brisk on Omega Squad Tristana, Ice Queen on Melio, Variegated on Project Jin, lovely Jin skin by the way, Zero Zen RL on Coven LeBlanc, my personal favorite LeBlanc skin, and of course, Dad on Spirit Guard Udyr. Based on the 0%, there's a good chance that the client might crash again, but we'll see when it happens. If it happens. But no, it's not going to. And that is a huge plus for Game 2 as we get started. This game is going to be between Team Please Ignore on the blue side and Team BarrelOfMonkeys on the red side. As we take the Hex Gates into the arena. And we get underway in the Howling Abyss. The Daniel Park is going to throw out a little bit of poke at Nova Brisk there, as we're going to hide our timeline, and we are going to bring up our scoreboard. Itemization choices here. It looks like Ziggs is going to be going for that burn build rather than the flat pen. That'll help us shred through Dad, of course. On the other side, we have... Oh, no, a little bit of engage by LeBlanc there. That is a ton of damage by LeBlanc. Of course, let's see if you can actually view ARAM balance changes in the spectator client. And indeed you can. That is 110% normal damage for LeBlanc, 20% ability haste. Whereas Sivir takes 105% normal damage. So I'm missing an engage here as that is going to be a jump in by the Tristana and an immediate disengage as that is going to be the Udyr R sliding on forward. A little bit too much focus on itemization there as we're going to have a little bit more poke coming through by Zero Zen RL. The Sivir W is going to be bouncing through the wave. Second game in a row we've seen Sivir, of course. Ziggs also a heavily nerfed champion on ARAM. Morgana as well has a little bit of a love tap to her. Let's see what she has. Yeah, 110% normal damage taken. So a lot of ARAM nerfs on Team Please Ignore's side. So they'll be taking a little bit more damage than you expect those champions to, as the Cozy Campfire is going to be going through. There's the W by LeBlanc forward, but the E's not quite going to connect as the Morgana Black Shield comes up to dissuade any further action. Jin W going to go ahead and just go through. And that Melio poke coming through as well. Melio not going for the full AP massive damage Melio build that you'll see sometimes in ARAM that can hurt quite a bit, but supported probably a lot better in these more coordinated team environments, as that's going to be a Dark Binding dodged away from with the LeBlanc W, and a little bit of health is going to be restored to BarrelOfMonkeys. So now, the next wave is about to collide. Those Yorick Graves in the ground as LeBlanc is going to not quite get a lot of damage down, and that is not going to cost Zero Zen RL their life. However, Ice Queen will pay for their sins, as that is going to be a traded kill back as Variegated is going to slay the Yorick. Now Dad is taking a lot of damage, and Ziggs will indeed take him down, as that is going to be an aggressive jump forward by the Tristana, and a great tongue lash by Tom Kench. However, now we have Nova Brisk jumping forward even more aggressively now, hitting the minions a little bit, and that is going to be an attempted R to disengage, but not quite able to get there as Variegated is now in a lot of trouble as Yorick chasing him down, but it is going to be Nurahone on the Ziggs taking the kill, and now we have Udyr on top. Going to be taking down Daniel Park as he advances with that Phoenix stance. And the Tom Kench is going to devour Udyr now, but, oh yes, the Dark Binding is going to connect. Will it be able to take down the man himself in the bear suit? And not quite, as that is going to be LeBlanc coming in and assassinating Ziggs. Going to be probably seeing a lot of that this game. However, LeBlanc taking a lot of damage on the return, and the Dark Binding does indeed catch her flat-footed as Zero's NRL goes down. Now engaged by Tahm Kench, heading into the health relic zone just to heal up a little bit. Not a ton happening there, as now we have another disengage. The Cozy Campfire doing a lot of work. I actually don't know if Milio has any adjustments. He's quite good in this game mode. As, let's see, yes he does. A little bit of reduced healing and shielding, as that is going to be some more poke by LeBlanc. Onto Sivir. Sivir and Ziggs probably going to be perpetual targets of the LeBlanc assassination attempts, as that is going to be a W going through onto the wave. Never wasted when it misses. It was, of course, intended to hit the wave, as that is going to be a little bit of a CS by Dad there. Taking some farm. Tristana getting the lion's share of it, as that is going to be potentially an ill-advised W forward by LeBlanc, and now Udyr is blocking up the hits. Now Jhin opens up the LeBlanc clone, running in as well, as that's going to be variegated, getting the kill onto Naroon on the Morgana. Now the Cozy Campfire doing work again. A lot of healing coming out from that. However, there's a lot of damage back as well from the other side. As Team Please Ignore flashes with the BarrelOfMonkeys, and that is going to be Tahm Kench going down. And that is going to be Yorick caught out of position as well, but Novabrisk too far forward is going to go down, as LeBlanc is going to get the assassination, and that is going to be another kill traded back with Jhin onto Sivir. Action back and forth in the Howling Abyss right now, as blood stains the floor, mixing with the snow. LeBlanc, it's a huge amount of poke there. Nice combo, landing the Q and the E with the fadeaway. That, of course, long chain iconic of LeBlanc. As that is going to be very aggressive, not quite going to be able to get the kill, as that snowball's going to land. And that is a huge snowball by Tahm Kench, and now moving forward, but taking a lot of damage in return, as going to back away there. But Kiort claims his prize as Zero's NRL goes down on the LeBlanc. That LeBlanc going to be increasingly annoying throughout this game, with that massive amount of scaled up damage on this game mode against those squishy carries. However, there's a reason those balance changes exist. Not necessarily the best team fighter in the world. As that's going to be another LeBlanc engage, as the Tahm Kench is going to take some damage, but not much, as Udyr goes down in retribution. Tristana, an ill-advised jump forward, got caught in the Dark Binding there. And now it's just going to be a little bit of wave clear. You see that static shiv on that Sivir just eviscerating that wave alongside the Ziggs, as that's another LeBlanc assassination as Naroon goes down. If you're below half health against that LeBlanc, she basically just has to W forward and QE you, and you're dead. As now that's another W forward, but not going to find much now, just a Q. Going to be found on the Sivir. The spell shield dissuading anything further as Tristana jumps forward, and that's going to be a huge engage, and a Ziggs bomb in return. And that is Team Please Ignore being absolutely wiped off the map by BarrelOfMonkeys, as the Jhin ults come through to poke down Naroon just a little bit further. The W comes through as well. Now, of course, the pendulum of ARAM is always ready to swing back in return, as those low health bars on BarrelOfMonkeys might just be their doom in this next fight. But we'll see what's able to happen as they're ahead 10 to 15 in kills. That's a big LeBlanc amount of damage onto Naroon. However, again, that's going to be a big punish by Kaort. However, he is going to overextend just a little bit, and it's a huge amount of health missing, not having the Warmogs completed yet, assuming they go for a Warmogs, that is. The Heartsteel in inventory. Heartsteel, of course, doing a lot of damage on this patch, as well as providing a good amount of defensive value. 30 health so far on it. Basically, everyone in this game mode will rush Heartsteel when they have the opportunity to. The Collector now completed on Jhin, as that's going to be a W forward by LeBlanc, and the chain is going to connect, but stepping forward by Ziva, thinking that they had the angle, but just not quite. And that's going to be very, very low health bars on that BarrelOfMonkeys there. So now, Emilio going to continue to attempt to heal them up. That's a snowball connecting. Let's see if the Yorick takes it, but the Daniel Park decides better of it, continuing to attempt to poke down. They, of course, do have a superior poke comp. Maybe. I don't know. LeBlanc, with her W forward, is quite potent poke herself. You don't typically think of LeBlanc as a poke champion, but she does function in that aspect here, as that is going to be Ice Queen just going down there, stepping too far forward, and that's BarrelOfMonkeys getting eviscerated by Team Please Ignore, and that is going to be Udyr going down, that is going to be Jin going down, and that is going to be LeBlanc running away scared with just a sliver of health remaining. And now an attempt at a big combo to take out Naroon, but able to go down before the W connects. So now they push with the low health bars, and the pendulum swings again. Ice Queen gets bound up and taking a lot of damage from Tom Kench here. However, the tongue lash is going to miss. That would have been critical, as Udyr now running over them. The resets coming through for Tristana, and Nova Brisk is just doing tons of damage. We're looking at a potential. Is it there? Yes, it is. That is a pentakill for Nova Brisk. The Bandle Gunner just jumping on their heads and shooting them down one by one. That Tristana is going to be a huge problem here for Team Please Ignore. We'll see how they're able to deal with it as this goes on. But Tristana in this game mode can just absolutely punch through those front lines, as you do see additional damage coming in, and that is going to be down on Udyr going down. And that is going to be a huge assassination by Variegated on that Jin R as well in return. And here comes the Sivir ult. Let's see what they're able to get, but looks like nothing, as they're just going to have to use it to disengage, as Team Please Ignore is looking to be in a little bit of dire straits here. This was really their time to shine in return with the low health bars on BarrelOfMonkeys, but now we see more damage coming through, and it might just be that point of the game where it's a little bit too far in the favor of BarrelOfMonkeys. They are, of course, 3,500 gold ahead. You see 11,409 on that Tristana, that pentakill, really pumping gold in. 52 CS as well. They've been allocating a lot of farms to their carries, as well as that is going to be Nova Brisk stepping too far forward, and the Tristana will go down. They'll have a large purchase on base, but still, it is time for Team Please Ignore to attempt to do some damage here. But LeBlanc will get the assassination on Nurahone. That's going to do a lot to push them back and stem this momentum swing. However, Udyr is going to go down as well, and now the Yorick is chasing down his prey. The ghouls are calling to Variegated. However, the little boy with a campfire and a satchel of things to throw at people will be able to save the serial killer. An interesting combo of champions to... It could be a lane, too, as the Daniel Park is going to advance a little bit too far here, though not really, actually, as they will shove down that turret. And it's now going to be Nova Brisk jumping in quite aggressively. And will they get away with it? No, they won't. However, that is going to be a kill going down in return, as the other threats on the team do their work, as Variegated gets a double kill there. Zero's NRL doing a lot of work as well, as that is going to be the Jin ult coming over the top. That is an unofficial triple kill for Variegated, as now a BarrelOfMonkeys barrels down on Team Please Ignore. The LeBlanc poke coming through. We're actually getting to the point where it's just doing a huge amount of damage to Yorick as well, as that's going to be a nice root coming down, and that's going to be Ice Queen going down, as Dad goes down as well, Variegated goes down, and now we're getting chased down by Team Please Ignore, and Tom Kench says, please don't ignore me, or please do ignore me, so I can... Probably shouldn't say that, actually. So they're going to advance forward, and Sivir is going to take a huge amount of damage there, and that bomb is... Oh, there is no bomb. That was Tom Kench in the red, actually, above Sivir, as Tom Kench is going to go forward, and that's a nice, aggressive jump from Tristana, as Nova Brisk is really flexing on him, and now it's 3 tanks pinned against the wall, with Tristana going to town. but won't quite be able to finish off there as Udyr advances forward. But Dad will, yes, be able to advance with a Phoenix stance, and now the jump is ready, but Novabrix just went a little bit too far forward as the Daniel Park is now going onto variegated, but it looks like the damage just isn't quite there. Udyr is really just an absolute wall in the front line here, doing a ton of damage with the Leandries as well, just refusing to die, and as I say that, he dies. That's going to be a nice grenade bounce by variegated, and he opens up. Here we go. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite get the kills as we return to the directed camera there, of course. Jinult not quite being able to capture it, be captured in its full. Wow, that was an assassination combo, as that is the R used as well by Zero's NRL, and that is just an 80% to 0 with 3 abilities from LeBlanc. That LeBlanc is doing absolute massive amounts of work to get him low, but the Yorick from Daniel Park is going to advance forward, and he is going to collapse back on that Tristana, which Novabrix will be able to get a kill in return, and that'll be variegated, finishing up the job, as now Tom Kench has to run for the hills as the Barrel of Monkey barrels down on Team Please Ignore again. They are diving the Tom Kench, normally an ill-advised move, but with the amount of damage and tankiness that they have available, it is just ready to go there. Still, interestingly enough, and this is the thing about ARAM, only a 4,000 gold lead despite a 13 kill advantage, as that second turret's going to go down, and so is Nurahone, who will get a good amount of damage on Zero's NRL, as Ice Queen now is going to get taken out by the Daniel Park, pardon me, as that's going to be a second kill going over as well, and now the fight is turning in the favor of Team Please Ignore. Let's see what kind of push they can get going here. They do still have the Tristana in their faces to deal with, and they did lose one member there, as Tristana's looking for the bush camp, and that's a lot of damage onto the Daniel Park, but just not quite going to be able to finish him off, as he still had like 20% of his health or so there. That Yorick, quite tanky, has the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Ninja Tabbies in tow, and plated steel caps, pardon me. Wonder actually what kind of perfectly balanced as all things should be, as that's going to be a big fight breaking out again, as Zero's NRL is going to slay Zima. And that's a lot of damage being taken by Novabrix from the ghouls, but not quite enough to take them down. Constant action here, back and forth, as Zero's NRL attempts another assassination on Narun, but not quite going to be able to get it. Dark Binding lands. Zero's NRL goes forward, but thinks better of it as the Tom Kench stands on top of her. You can see Kyord on the Tom Kench trying to block some of these angles for the LeBlanc, but it's just so difficult to do, as Zerozen is going to use the snowball to attempt to slay the Daniel Park, and now here come the bullets. But it's going to be a good block and some nice dodges to dissuade the attempt, and now we are fighting in earnest, as Kyord is going to take a lot of damage, but not quite enough, as that gray health will heal him up. That Canik Rooker? No, he doesn't have a Canik Rooker, and that was just a black shield. Silly me. You see a magic shield, you think it's the item. But there's a Morgana in this game. He also has that Warmogs available, as LeBlanc not quite going to be able to get the assassination on their end there either. The heal coming through, a little bit healing on anyone else but yourself is quite nerfed on this map. So not quite going to do a ton there. And now that's going to be the Tom Kench getting buster shotted back away, and a lot of damage taken as well. Those health bars getting low on both sides, as Udyr is going to be taken down. And now there are 5 members standing on Team Please Ignore. And we are still pushing. Still in a little bit of a stalemate. Team Please Ignore is lacking a little bit of that traditional engage. Of course, Team BarrelOfMonkeys is as well, as that's going to be the Daniel Park just getting taken out by the WR of LeBlanc. Doing a lot of damage there, as Novabrix is jumping in, looking for the big play, not quite able to find it, but they are all softened up from that, and now it's going to be Jin and Emilio against the Tom Kench. This could take a while. And the Tahm Kench is doing a lot of damage. The Devour coming through, so Jin might just be in trouble. Lots of trouble indeed, as that is going to be Kyort taking them out, licking them to death. And there's the W. Or is that E? Not quite sure. Abyssal Voyage is certainly what it's called, and Abyssal Voyage will lead the gateway to a double kill for Kyort. Now, Dad is attacking the inhibitor, is going to be able to claim it, but we have to ask, is he going to be able to get out safely as those those hex gates, pardon me, are coming in? And that is going to be Zima slaying Udyr. So now you're seeing a lot of fight coming back from Team Please Ignore. The momentum is starting to shift in their side. In their favor, I should say, as the Sivir ult comes out, and that is a nice attempt at the LeBlanc. However, LeBlanc has a lot more to say in return, and that's going to be Zima going down. That one looked personal, but however, Zero's NRL is going to be taken out as well, and now the fight's exploding on all fronts. Tahm Kench is dead. Nurhone on Ziggs is dead, and that is Team BarrelOfMonkeys really taking it to him, as that jump is going to come forward, and the Maiden is taken out first. You have to respect that, but it got a little bit dicey there for a moment at the end of that exchange. However, at the end of the day, it's Team BarrelOfMonkeys heading down the only lane, the mid lane, as they will look to take some turrets here. I don't know that they're going to be able to end the game. 2 more members are coming up, and it's going to be a 4v4 here. So we'll see what's able to happen. 1 turret's down, another turret's down, and now the fight breaks out with the Bear inhibitor exposed. Variegated has his ideas about what he'd like to do, and that is going to be the Nexus surviving as Variegated goes down. Udyr also was looking for the end as LeBlanc gets a couple of autos on the Nexus, and the fight continues to break out. Udyr is just not going to be taken out by that Morgana, and that is going to be the game in the favor of BarrelOfMonkeys. It was a good fight for a long time. Team Please Ignore put up a good attempt, but it looks like they are headed to the lower bracket, as that Tristana, LeBlanc, Jin were just too much damage to be taken down, and ultimately, Dad on the Udyr claims the prize. And also, Milio was fantastic as well. You need everyone involved for that. So, a great second game of the day. Really exciting back and forth there. Thank you all for listening, and we're going to head into just a little bit of a break again as we prepare for our next round of gameplay to begin. All right, folks, get ready because we're going to be getting into game in about 2.5 minutes' time. Okay, here we go, everyone. We are looking at our third match of the day, and it is going to be between Team OnlyFriends on the blue side versus the Sinister Shadows of Plum on the red side. And we are going to be looking at an absolute bloodbath here as we take a look at the champions available to each team. That is going to be a set of numbers on Karthus, Sweet Spaghetti on Spirit Bloom Yasuo, Peridian on Janitor Thresh, Harjay on Bewitching Nico, Zombie Smurf on Malphite, and then on the Sinister Shadows of Plum, it's going to be Vexperia on High Noon Lucian, Informatician on Porcelain Amumu, Olivia on Pentakill the Third, Lost Chapter Sona, Unork on Soul Fighter Gwen, and Your Mom, My Thick. On Storm Dragon Aurelian Soul. That's a name. And here we are. We are into game. Let's give it the old zoom out. And let's prepare for some action. Immediately off the bat, you see those Berserker Greaves picked up by Yasuo, the Lost Chapters picked up all around, the Guardian's Horn by Thresh, and the Tear, interestingly, by Aurelian Soul. So we're going to be going for a little bit more of a defensive build from Your Mom, My Thick. However, defense probably isn't going to be taken too much into account here, though this is a fantastic team to play Aurelian Soul into, as you can get a lot of hits on those melee champions, really farm up those stacks. As here, the Q is going to connect from Thresh, and that's going to be Aurelian Soul taking a lot of damage, and now it's an all-out brawl, as the Q is going to continuously come down, and the A-Soul is going to claim Zombie Smurf as the first kill of the game. We will, of course, keep an eye on those stacks throughout the game. That's always one of my favorite things to do. But, of course, Aurelian Soul is one of my favorite champions to watch, as that is going to be some minions taken down, as the E from A-Soul is going to clump those in. However, Unork has something to say, as they want to engage with Informatician at their side. The Breath of Light just gonna hit the air a little bit as a Moo Informatician taking a lot of damage here and is going to go down. However, Vexperia took the opportunity to dash in. That may be their doom as the Flay is gonna come through. Vexperia is still taking a lot of damage, but it's gonna be Zombie Smurf who eventually takes the kill on them as Your Mom, I think, is going to slay Sweet Spaghetti, and Unork in return claims Zombie Smurf. So now we don't get a little bit of a reprieve. I thought we would, as that E is going to... I wonder if that stacks off of LeBlanc clone, actually. I can't say that. I know that for sure. As Sweet Spaghetti goes in and sticks the sword through the doll, and that is going to be one dead Gwen, and Sweet Spaghetti is going to take the lantern back out, taking a little bit of damage from that Aurelian Soul Q. As now we do get just a little bit of a brief reprieve. I don't think we're going to be getting a lot of those this game as the action keeps piling on through. Lots of short-range characters in this one. Aurelian Soul really starting to run out of mana there as Sweet Spaghetti is going to land the Tornado, and that, however, is going to be the engage back onto Zombie Smurf, who's playing that AP Malphite, not very tanky. However, Gwen is going to come through, and it is going to be the third kill of the game for the Aurelian Soul. A very dangerous prospect, playing a full melee comp into Aurelian Soul. Of course, not that they knew 100% what the enemy team was going to be picking, as OnlyFriends taking a lot of damage here, and Vexperia just dashed in a little bit too far trying to finish off that kill, and it's going to be Unork in a lot of danger here. However, the Aurelian Soul absolutely raining that Breath of Light down, but it is going to be Informatician and Unork falling in that exchange instead. Now, an out-of-mana Aurelian Soul and an out-of-mana and almost out-of-health Sona. The Health Relic will do a little bit to recover them. However, that's going to be a huge hook that's going to catch Vesperia, but just not quite able to connect the Flay in return. Of course, it would have been probably certain death if Peridian had taken that hook underneath the turret, so OnlyFriends not going to get that kill for now, as that is going to be a massive calling coming through, and Vexperia is going to slay the Zombie Smurf. Now it's Karthus' time to shine as he rains down Qs on them, but really not his time to shine, as the Sinister Shadows of Plum take that fight cleanly. And that was really critical there because Hwei expended the Nico ult, died in the animation, and now that's going to be the Karthus ult coming down just for a little bit of poke, as that would be an ill-advised engage by Sweet Spaghetti, and that's the Amumu ult coming on top of him, and Sweet Spaghetti will go down, the Malphite ult over the top. However, Zombie Smurf is going to go down as well, but now it's time for OnlyFriends to take over this rift, well, this lane, I suppose, this frozen wasteland. It's not a rift, as Unork is going to go down as well. So OnlyFriends getting their first advantage of the game really here, and they will get their first push. Now, Aurelian Soul is going to be coming back with a finished Malignance? Huh. Well, anyways, Malignance is going to be finished by Aurelian Soul. It looks like we're not going for any burn items on that champion this game. Would have been a lot of value into the melee-heavy comp, but no such itemization choices there, as the Collector now completed on the Lucian. The Heartsteel, I think that is? Yeah, Heartsteel is finished on Amumu, and really critically here, Gwen, pardon me, not Zen, can run over teams when she really gets going here, and that Riftmaker is going to be the biggest component in that process. The Malignance complete for Karthus as well, but now we have an engage, and Unork is going in, and that is a absolutely massive Nico ult in return after the massive meteor from the Aurelian Soul, and that is going to be the fight heading in the favor of OnlyFriends, as now the Karthus is looking to do some more damage onto Vexperia. Vexperia couldn't quite get the kill in return, and now an interesting situation. Can 4 low health members push into 1 Aurelian Soul? It looks like the Karthus is going to go down immediately. That seemed intended almost, as Hwei is going to go down as well. Those Karthus Qs doing a lot of damage to Aurelian Soul, and now Yasuo is Yasuoing, and that's going to be Sona going down as well. 2 kills for the Yasuo for 1 death in exchange. They would take that if it were just the Yasuo going down. However, everyone goes down save for Peridian on OnlyFriends, and the Sinister Shadows of Plum have their next push ready to go. You know, I spoke too soon, actually. It is going to be the Leandri second for the Aurelion Soul. So just foregoing the what's that called? Blackfire Torch. That's the one, the purple torch for going the double burn, but instead going for the Malignant, which is an interesting tech choice here, actually, because the Aurelion Soul ult gets 5 stacks per champion hit by it. So, the Malignant, really the better stacking option here, even if it isn't necessarily the perfect damage option, though I will say it's not a bad damage option either. Maybe I'm obsessing a little bit too much over the Aurelion Soul, but God, seeing a dragon drop stars on people is just a really enjoyable thing to see. The Sky's Descent, of course, is at the ready as well. So we're gonna just veer away from the A-Soul a little bit here, as that's gonna be Informatician getting caught by a root, but not gonna do much there, as Gwen is immune, is going to come down and stop the hook. Not that it connected anyways, as that is the Yasuo Malphite combo onto the Tankamumu alone, and that's going to be a fight in favor of the Sinister Shadows of Plum, certainly, as the Aurelion Soul is taking those W resets and bringing them all the way to the enemy turret, and that's a 1 for 5 ace in the favor of the Sinister Shadows of Plum. And now that first turret's taken down. Maybe ill-advised there by Sweet Spaghetti. But it looks like it's going to be the hook on the Aurelion Soul. So the shutdown's going to come through to Malphite. That wasn't a shutdown, actually. And Vesperia is going to get a kill in return. So now the pendulum swings again. And it's going to be OnlyFriends who are going to be making their push now. Triple kill for the Nico. Nico could really do a lot of damage on this backline. Honestly, the Wombo combo for OnlyFriends has the potential to just win any fight off the bat for them, but they're gonna need to land a better one than the last one they did, because you can't be single Malphite ulting the tank and having Yasuo go in. They will both just instantly blow up with the amount of damage that the Sinister Shadows of Plum have on their side. So we take a little bit of a breather here. Hopefully we will get that breather. And not quite, as Amumu's going to go in, and that is a big 3-man falling star by the Aurelion Soul. However, in return, the Nico has had just about enough of that, as therein comes the Pot Blossom. Thresh is just going to eat the entire culling and say, "Thank you very much, sir. I have a Warmogs." And Peridium will take the lead position and advance on Vesperia. And there comes the Flay. There comes the autos. Are they going to take down the Lucian? Yes, they are. However, now there are people coming in from the opposite side. The tower is no longer there for the Sinister Shadows of Plum, as they are going to take the fight, however, as the remnants of OnlyFriends are wiped up. And now it's their turn to push, as Informatician took the last kill in that bunch, pardon me, on Sweet Spaghetti. Let's see. While we have a moment, let's look at that Aurelion. Ooh, 210 stacks at 10 minutes. Not bad at all. A lot of melee champions to hit there. So, of course, it makes sense, as Gwen is just going in and trying to cut that lizard in half. Not very polite of that living doll thing. But I suppose living doll with a big pair of scissors isn't something you really want to anger, is it? No, if they have a strong set of morals either, so I don't know, it just seems like animal cruelty. Anyways, Aurelion Soul's gonna get hooked, and that one is the fight that OnlyFriends was looking for, or is it? As we see more coming through, and that's going to be Vesperia taking kills in return, and that's an even fight, but it's going to be the nice E3rd Q by Sweet Spaghetti to clean it up, and that is a great fight by OnlyFriends, as they're going to siege that turret now. They are going to run out of minions. Peridian says, hey, no, keep hitting that, I'm fine, I have a Warmogs, I don't care. So now he is going to step away, and Harjay is going to get Breath of Light it to death. That's another kill for the Aurelian Soul. And now it's going to be Sweet Spaghetti in a little bit of dire straits, but nice Dark Passage there to save his life just for a moment before the Amumu ult comes in. And Zombie Smurf says, hey guys, I'm here. Oh, I'm dead. And there's Peridian going down as well. So here is the push for Sinister Shadows of Plum. And we'll see what they can do with it as they advance. That's a full health Karthus ult. It's really gonna do a whole lot. And now we'll see what we can make happen here for OnlyFriends as they do get 2 kills right off the bat. It looks like the Sinister Shadows of Plum were just taking their tempo forward, but there's a massive Nico ult, and now the Sinister Shadows of Plum are on the run. A potential pentakill. Are they going to give it? Yes, they are! That lizard took that lady with the scissors personally, as she is going to slay every single member of the Sinister Shadows of Plum as Hwei absolutely steps up. Looks like the game may have ended, so we're going to get back into it here, however, as that's going to be another Thresh hook that's going to land, and really OnlyFriends is taking over the map. You would have expected the scaling to be in Sinister Shadows of Plum's advantage, but not quite here. However, they will be able to get this fight in their hands as they clean up every last bit of it. That's going to be a quadra kill in return for Aurelian Soul. Not quite the pentakill, but not quite bad at all. Jin would be proud of that dragon. The Ascent is going to come through. Take a look at the stat counter. Why not? Ooh, 255. Nice number. Not sure what's going on with the directed camera, but we're going to go down here, as that is going to be Sweet Spaghetti slaying Informatician, and now the Karthus is going to advance. Are they going to be able to get the Aurelian Soul? Not quite, but that Karthus ult is almost ready. That is one dead dragon in the future, but that right now is Hwei's time to shine, as again, the massive Nico engage comes through. Peridian gets the last kill in that set. No pentakill this time, but it wouldn't have been undeserved if there was one, as Hwei is just absolutely dominating this game on the Nico. Really, really great engages there. The champion it certainly has more tools, as that is going to be another tower falling. Well, I suppose the first Nexus turret falling as the Amumu goes in, going for an ult, but the ult wasn't up. It wasn't up yet, as they are just going to get flayed back, and the second turret's down. Now the ult's up, and there it comes through. Let's see what can happen here, as that's going to be Informatician going down. The Gwen looking for her prey, almost not quite finding it. There's the snip. There's the Karthus ult in return, and there is another Nico ult that is just going to be flawless. And this is OnlyFriends, you have to imagine, about to take the game, as Sweet Spaghetti is going to try to cut through Vexperia, but just not quite be able to get it. And that, my friends, is going to be the game in the favor of OnlyFriends, off of the back of a spectacular Nico performance from Hwei. You have to give them the MVP there. But a well-fought battle all around. An interesting comp. I mean, you saw just the absolute insane amount of engage available on OnlyFriends there. You have to imagine playing against that had to be a living hell, especially when you didn't really have the tools for disengage on the side of the Sinister Shadows of Plum. And that is going to be that for that game, as we head to another break. Everyone, enjoy the music, and I look forward to seeing you in the next game. All right, everyone, this is your 1 minute and 51 second warning, and now you get to see the countdown. Yay, countdown! This match is going to be between Out of Our Hwei and Coast to Coast. And here are the champions. We'll rejoin in a minute and a half. All right, here we go, everyone. So, this match, as I said before, but for anyone who wasn't here a minute and a half ago, is between Out of Our Hwei, who are going to be on red side, though it looks like this time we're loading in right quick. So, not going to get quite as much time to cover everything. Just really quickly, it's going to be You Wasn't Ready on the Nautilus, BB King on the Kaisa, Mark E on the Tarek, Not Even Close on not the Nautilus, Seraphine, and Giant on the Ash. Over that, of course, is going to be on Out of Our Hwei. And then over on Coast to Coast, who we saw in game 1 as well, as the Nautilus hook is going to be missed from You Wasn't Ready, pardon me, as the Seraphine is going to be connected onto by the Pike, but not quite enough damage there, as the Fiddlesticks is going to get some nice sucking there off, and another Pike hook is going to land on Giant. But again, it's going to go in the favor of Out of Our Hwei in exchange. Another Pike hook is going to land, and that, again, is going to be a death. So, 1-1 is the score line here, and Savior, over on that Pike, is really demonstrating their mettle and mastery of that champion, just absolutely hooking repeatedly. And now we might, maybe we have enough time? Nope, we don't. There's another Pike hook, and Giant is going down. Fiddlesticks is going to be taken down as well, but not before getting a kill. And that is going to be another big set of action, as the Nautilus hook is going to land onto the Pike this time. However, the Pike stealth is going to save them, as Savior is going to get away safely. Now, we might have enough time to talk about Team Coast to Coast over on the blue side. That's interesting. Blue side, red side. I suppose it's reversed on ARAM from Summoner's Rift. Anyways, they're on the opposite side of the map from Team Out of Our Hwei, as that's going to be another big engage, and that's a huge wallop by Berserking Goat on the Gnar. That's going to win the team fight handily, and that was an absolute masterclass by Team Coast to Coast. Berserking Goat, again, really showing their mettle on that Gnar, and it's 2-6 the score line, a 1,400 gold lead. Will that last? Probably not. It's an ARAM, and that is going to be some low health bars on Team Coast to Coast. Now, we might be able to talk for a second here. Berserking Goat is on the Gnar, Savior's on the Pike, Eratan is on the Soraka. Queftuko is on the Fiddlesticks. I'm going to say that. We're going to go with that, Queftuko. And Varus is going to be piloted by Auto Parts, as there's a Nautilus hook in, but it was potentially ill-advised, as the Nautilus goes down in exchange for the Soraka, who was already low. And now it's going to be 4v4 on the map. Team Coast to Coast still pretty low on health. We'll see what they're able to do here with that resource. Worth noting here, absolutely disgusting team comp, as that's another pike hook, no time to talk, and that's going to be a nice Seraphine root onto 3, as Not Even Close is going to advance with their team, and Nautilus is going to stand there while they die. Now Quefco gets a big old Fiddlesticks engaged with the snowball, and a lot of health bar being taken away, 2 members already dead, and now Coast to Coast is advancing Coast to Coast, and the Varus arrow just not gonna quite finish off the last kill, but that was a clean 3 for 0 for Team Coast, or Team Coast to Coast, as that's a big Seraphine ult in exchange. Oh my god, the ultimates in this game are just crazy, as Quetico is going to get taken down, going for the W on 4 members, not quite able to lifesteal, as there's the flash from Pike, and Savior, again, doing lots of damage there. Still hasn't died on this Pike. Gonna have a huge amount of gold on back. In fact, let's see how much. A lot. 2,200 to spend on back as they go down. Nice execution by the Pike. The Hubris picked up, and the Nautilus hook not quite going to connect by You Wasn't Ready. So now the Taric is going to get some stuns off. Yeah, as I was saying, they're disgusting team fight comp by Out of Our Hwei. They have the Seraphine and the Taric for sustain, the Seraphine and the Taric ultimates to absolutely win any fight that they layer them correctly in. But will they layer them correctly? As that's a Gnar by Berserking Goat, massive, and the Taric ult isn't able to come through in time. That's another engage, as that's going to be a 1 for 3 in favor of Team Coast to Coast. Fiddlesticks greedily going for that health relic, but there's no greed, it's just calculated, as he's going to just suck off a little bit more health from those minions. The Kaisa W's are going to start to rain down, but that's a collector build Kaisa, not going for on hit, not going for AP, getting the Executioner's calling early for the, I assume, the Fiddlesticks healing, because the Pike will likely just heal out of combat, as that's another nice hook, but not, oh yes indeed, Seraphine is going to go down, and that's a Fiddlesticks ult going in, but not hitting the squishy members and taking the turret. So not quite what you were looking for there, as You Wasn't Ready responded well on the Nautilus, just hooking them just barely into turret range, but not responding well there, as they're going to go down at the hands of Auto Parts. So we take a breather here. A little bit of calm going down, though Savior, if they have anything to say about it, wouldn't like that, as that's going to be a stun. Not quite a death by Marquis, but now the Pike ult comes through. Savior going again. You see those depths spreading on your screen, but now it is going to be the Pike going down. And now, in exchange, Nautilus and Seraphine are the only ones alive. I don't think you win this, as Nautilus is going to go down. Now 0 and 6 and 8. Of course, KDA in ARAM, you know, always tricky. I'm sure we've all been mowed down by a 30 death Aurelia in our time in this game mode. Or Gwen. As now, we settle in. Now the siege begins by Team Coast to Coast as Pike returns. Pike has been the consistent engage for Team Coast to Coast, as that's a great hook onto Auto Parts, but will it be enough? Yes, it is, as Kaisa dives in. BB King had just about enough of this, as they're going to advance forward. Savior claims a kill on Not Even Close on the other side of the team fight, but it's Kaisa who really did a lot of the work there, and now they're dead. Nice attempt at a hook by You Wasn't Ready, but not quite being able to find it on Nautilus, as Savior says, and on Pike, pardon me, as Savior says, hey, I have a hook too. You want to trade hooks? And there's Nautilus onto Pike, and there's Pike onto Nautilus, and this time it's going to be the Pike coming out on top. That fish man with a dagger serrated thing on a hook is definitely putting in work, as that's another kill for the Pike, and another one. That's going to be a double kill coming through. And now Quetuko is going to suck a little bit of health off there. And that team fight is just all in the favor of Team Coast to Coast now. You see, that Pyke is absolutely disgusting in ARAM. Constant access to low health members to be able to use the ultimate on. But you wasn't ready, isn't too fond of this dive attempt, as the turret is going to now fall. So now the tiny blinking health bars on Coast to Coast, will they be enough? Absolutely not, as maybe they will, as Out of Our Hwei starts to come through. That wasn't as much of a wipe as I would have expected it to be, as Team Coast to Coast is just playing out of their mind. Savior is looking for that Seraphine, and they're gonna find it. Is the Undertow going to be able to keep them alive? Yes, it will, as that gray health will regenerate. Those Pyke mechanics really oppressively on display here. You have to imagine that's painful on the side of Out of Our Hwei, as the Terragold is going to come through here. Not as good of a Gnar as we've seen, as the Kaisa is absolutely raining hell down now. Ashes as well, as Ash still is dead. And that's Pyke just eviscerating Team Out of Our Hwei again. This Pyke is just unfair. Look at the amount of damage that he's dealing, as he's gonna dash forward again, goes for an ult combo just to get the gap closer, and that is a pentakill for Pyke, as the fish claims his prize and takes the lady on the platform who sings to the depths. Are they going for another kill? Not quite, as that's going to be a shutdown claimed onto Savior. We'll see what BB King can do with it, but BB King is dead, as Eugeon is able to get a kill back onto auto parts. But wow, this game is looking heavily in favor of Team Coast to Coast on the back of this Pyke, as now there's the W by the Fiddlesticks. No ultimate to accompany that, and Fiddlesticks without ultimate is not much of a champion, as they're going to go down. And now a serious push coming in from Out of Our Hwei, as desynced death timers might just be the death knell of Team Coast to Coast for the immediate future. But Savior says, hey, I'm here. Would you like to see what my fish hook feels like, minion? Well, that minion's dead. And I don't think Savior was actually the one to kill it. But there is the hook into the E, into the Undertow, or the Abyssal Dive, I think that's called. That call, actually, I have no idea. Let's find out. No, don't fight. We need to find out. Ghost Water Dive. I think Abyssal Dive is Tom Kench. Well, then what is E? Phantom Undertow. That means Bone Skewer is his Q. Okay, that's good to know. Anyways, back to the action. As the Seraphine ult's gonna come in. That's a pretty big Seraphine ult. But here comes the Fiddlesticks ult in reply. And the Taric was just not quite ready. And the Taric goes down. And that's gonna be the Gnar. And this is looking like the game. There's a super minion already. And that is Team Coast to Coast. You know, they are just doing immense amounts of damage here. I really thought that the draft was going to favor Out of Our Hwei in this one. But Team Coast to Coast, off the back of an unbelievable Pyke performance, decorated with a pentakill, is going to take the victory here. And that was kind of a stomp, to be honest. But a valiant effort all around. You saw the idea with the draft from Out of Our Hwei, but it just never quite came together because there was so much damage raining down. The mastery of the Gnar, the mastery of the Pyke, just really on display here. And Team Coast to Coast just absolutely eviscerated them. As a side note, I really hate Pyke, but you know what? Today, I'm a Pyke fan. So, as we head to our next break, we're going to play Pyke's Champion theme music for you all. I hope you enjoy. That was a great game, everyone. See you in the next one. everyone, we're going to be taking a look at Team Please Stream Us here as we continue this game. We aren't going to be having any broadcasting for this one as we take a little bit of a breather. However, you can enjoy the game. We'll put up the display for you. And there you go. Now here we go. right, and as the next game starts to get set up, we will move on back to some more champion theme music. Probably about 5 minutes until we get to our next game, though, so it should be pretty quick here for you all. All right, folks, this is your 3-minute warning. We are going to be getting into game here soon. This match is going to be between Please Stream Us on the red side, facing off against Team Coast to Coast on the blue side. Here we go, everyone. We are just about to load in here, and it's going to be, for the first time today, we're going to be watching Team Please Stream Us, and that is going to be a quick old load-in screen, and we're going to cover this as quickly as humanly possible so that the action doesn't start this time before we do get underway. It's going to be for Team Please Stream Us, Zeri Cruz on the Draven. It's going to be Dogs in Trees on the Kennen. It's going to be Bisexual Lion on the Ornn. It's going to be Alan Bowman 1 on the Aurelian Soul. And it's going to be Borbgol on the Thresh. Over on Team Coast to Coast, it's going to be Eratan on the Gangplank. Queefazoids on the Xinjiao. And it's going to be Auto Parts on the Misfortune. Berserking Goat on the Mordekaiser, and it's going to be Savior, fresh off of an incredible Pike performance on a slightly less mechanically complicated champion, Malzahar. So, now we get underway, and the teams meet in the mid lane as the minions intersect. The Aurelian Soul putting down the Singularity really quickly there, as that is going to be Borbgol stepping too far forward and getting sucked in by Berserking Goats. What is that ability called, actually? I have no clue. Here, let's find out together. Death's Grasp. Really a fitting name, actually. I like that ability name. Big fan of it. As Death's Grasp from Berserking Goat is going to whiff that time on the attempt. Yeah, it looks like really comps that are looking to do slightly different things here, as that's going to be a nice knock-up from Ornn, and Queefazoids showed a little bit of greed for the health relics in that last game, really showing it here, as they'll take a huge chunk of their health bar on that Xinjiao. Now, though, health bar is really not that far apart. Malzahar could be disgusting here, but on the other hand, you do have a lot of things to poke that spell shield off. It's actually an interesting dynamic in ARAM. I've played quite a bit anytime I can get my hands on it, actually. Malzahar in this format. And it's an interesting situation when you face off against a Kennen, because it's really a competition of who gets their R off first. If Kennen presses their R and you start to Malzahar ult him, you're gonna have a bad time. Really not ideal situation for you because you're gonna get stunned. If you get it off first, however, Kennen, completely screwed. Very bad situation for Kennen. So I'll be interested to see if that dynamic takes play here in this game. The Singularity coming out for Aurelion Sol again as those stacks come on through, but Bisexual Lion has something to say about the lack of action here, and that is going to be first blood for Zeri Cruz and second blood for Borbgol, and now it's going to be third blood for Zeri Cruz, and they keep on going down, and Please Stream Us says it's our time to shine, and they get a clean 5-for-0 ace and a quadra kill for Zeri Cruz. So that was an absolute stomp of a team fight early on. You would have expected potentially there to be a little bit more ammunition in the melee tank on the side of Team Coast to Coast, but not so much there, as the engage from Bisexual Lion was absolutely devastating to get that fight started off. Draven also can do a lot of damage in this game mode. So we now see him make it ring, coming down. And that's going to be the Aurelion Sol just stepping away, piloted by Alan Bowman 1. Or is it Alan Bowman the first? You know, you really have to ponder these things. We can't know for sure unless we ask them. As that's going to be the Singularity coming down. And now the Ornhorn is called. And the Kennen ult's coming in. But the Misfortune ult doesn't do a lot of damage there. But still, despite it all, it's going to be a 4-for-0 this time in favor of Team Coast to Coast. So that was an absolute stomp of a fight in return. So if this is what we're going to be seeing here, then we can expect an absolute bloodbath, as now it's 5-for-5 after it was 5-for-0. Really impressive fight there. However, on the back end, Autoparts is going to get caught by the death sentence from Borbgol. So now, it's time for Please Stream Us's push. Now, it's interesting here because, of course, Please Stream Us hadn't gotten a chance to shop, so you do expect a little bit of a backswing, but really, if that dynamic continues at level 6, this is going to be a very interesting game with those ults. It wasn't the best ult combo it could have been from Please Stream Us, but you have to wonder if the item differences played bigger there, as that's a big engage with the death sentence into the knock-up from the Ornn. However, it's going to be Quetuko stepping too far, and now Alex Bowman gets the kill in return. So now 7-5 in favor of Please Stream Us, as they have their items in tow. That collector for Draven, that's a very early collector to get, and it's already doing some work. Well, I suppose it didn't get the execute there because he had the quadra kill and didn't get that. Anyways, here we go with a little bit of action back and forth. The Singularity is just going to drag those minions off to the side as the Malzahar puts the Malefic Visions on the minions, but that one's going to walk too far away, and it doesn't spread. The Gangplank from Eridan looking to set up those barrels immediately, and this is just a very frustrating situation. Using good auto attack animations on the opposite end, which just really isn't a great setup for Gangplank. Probably going to need to set those barrels up in the bushes from here on forward, or perhaps go for some 3-barrel chains. Those Malzahar minions going to come through, and now we settle in again. Now this time, not going to be settling in for long, you have to imagine, because all ults are now available, and Bisexual Lion's been looking pretty aggressive on that Ornn. I wonder if that hits the Warmog's threshold. It looks like it does, or maybe that's the movement speed cooling down. It's hard to tell. Anyways, Here's the engage from the Ornn, and that's a nice ult that hits two people from Alex Bowman, but here comes the Ornn Horn. The Kennen ult isn't finding too much, but it finds some damage onto KleptoCo. On the other side of the fight, Savior ulted Bisexual Lion, but wasn't able to find much of anything, but still, it's Berserking Goat just running over it all on the Mordekaiser. Took out the Aurelian Soul in the Death Realm, and with that extra ability power in tow, really did a lot of work, as the kill does go over to the Ornn, as the execute timer hadn't quite ticked over just yet. So we slow down again a little bit here, though Aratan looking for a barrel chain, and does find a nice one. That looks like can't be a crit. It's just lethality and a Trinity Force. Can't be a crit, doesn't have any crit. Probably the Collector coming in next, though. You see Aratan there just crossing over that threshold to spend those Silver Serpents, but won't be able to do that until he goes back to base. Brilliant Soul continuing to farm up. Q coming through. And I think this is really going to be the pace of this game. You see not a lot happening until the ults are up. Are they going to prove me a liar? No. Orb Gold decides against it. So we slow down, we clear some waves. Kennen ult is almost up. The Death Sentence finds its mark onto Berserking Goat. No Death Realm available for him. And that's going to be a lot of damage. However, it's also a lot of damage back onto Bisexual Lion. He does have that Warmogs, and I have to imagine he's crossed that health threshold now. In fact, let's look at him. Yeah, look at those plus 85s ticking on through. So any day of the week you take that trade if you're the Ornn with the Warmogs. Especially with how much of a threat this Mordekaiser has shown to be in the team fight. As there's the Kennen ult, and that one's a big one. The Aurelian Soul is going to whiff, and KleptoCo is going to take down the Aurelian Soul in return. So now it's 3 versus 3 on the map. The Ornn Horn is going to make it 3v2. The Draven is going to town, and now it's going to be the Draven versus the Mordekaiser in the Death Realm, and the Death Realm stands strong against the Draven, as Bisexual Lion will not stand strong against the Thresh and the Ornn. That was actually a lot of damage coming out of the Thresh and Ornn there. Jeez. But it was enough, regardless. Just out of gas coming out of the Death Realm, I suppose. You know, usually you expect Mordekaiser to really stomp low damage tanky champions like that, but I suppose it is still quite early into this game. As there's a Death Sentence landed onto Aratan. That's a nice target to get, but KleptoCo is going to come in over the top, and now it's Bisexual Lion going in and finding his demise 1-for-1. KleptoCo for Bisexual Lion, and now it's going to be the Aurelian Soul drifting over toward the wall, pressing the Q, and the Draven will find a kill but die in exchange. Now it's Borbgol in trouble. The Snowball is landed, but probably not going to be taken, as I believe that was from Berserking. No, that was from Aratan, actually, that Snowball. So definitely not. Now, the Kennen ult comes over the top, but not quite enough. And the Aurelian Soul has a reset here, I believe. Are they going to use it? No dice on that one. A little bit out of position there, as that is going to be Team Coast to Coast winning another team fight. You can see how even this game is. 37.5k to 37.8, 20 to 18 on the kills. That's a Draven ult to slay Aratan there. Zeri Cruz taking him out. And that Draven is probably going to become a problem. As you can see, the Collector into the Bloodthirster completed now. You can imagine how much damage that Draven's going to do as he starts to get more crit. Got a little bit of a crit cloak there. But still only, I believe that's would be 40%, right? Yeah, 40%. 40%, yeah, 40% crit right now. That's going to be a hook landed, and that's going to be a dead auto parts. Now the Aurelion Soul ult's gonna come down, and that's the big one. The stars descend, and Zeri Cruz is ready to mop up on the Draven. Another death sentence by Borbgol is gonna find its mark on the Savior, and Malzahar goes down. Now, it's going to be Mordekaiser walking forward, not able to find much of anything at all, as I believe that was the execute from the center of the Aurelion Soul. He comes in, and the Aurelion Soul goes forward again and claims a double kill. So really, Please Stream Us is starting to take off with their scaling, and that's going to be Alan Bowman opting to go in and die there. That one looked intentional. Just doing as much damage as possible in the meantime, as they were able to complete their Leandries and their Blackfire Torch. Probably only one of those. I actually didn't look at which items he had before that happened, but, you know, items completed. Looks like going for that Rhylight's next, which is a good choice, generically. It's a good choice. Especially with the Aurelion Soul. That ability is unbelievably annoying if you are a slowed target just sucking you into the center. It's really fun as a spectator, but if you don't have a dash and it gets put on top of you, you're going to be running out of that thing for a while. And with the amount of engage that Team Please Stream Us has on their side, you have to imagine that that could do... it could just be a death sentence. A literal death sentence, perhaps. Anyways. We're in a standoff. The ultimates are back up now. The Oran Horn just ticked over to ready, so we'll see when the trigger gets pulled. You have to imagine with the ornaments from Ornn and the Aurelion Soul stacks that Please Stream Us probably isn't in too much of a hurry to accelerate this game, though they have been the ones to engage a lot of the time here. As there's a death sentence onto Berserking Goat, and that's a ton of damage onto the Mordekaiser, but the Mordekaiser has its prey in the Death Realm, as outside of the Death Realm, it is the Misfortune being able to slay Zeri Cruz, and that's a big ultimate. Now, the Aurelion Soul and the Ornn had held their ults for that entire fight. And at the very end of it, they were outnumbered 3-2 there at that point, 3-4 there at that point, and they're able to find the fight. Actually, that may have been 3-5 at that point, now that I think about it. Yeah, I think it was. That was just some really nasty ultimates there. So, here we go. It's gonna be the Death's Grasp, I believe? What a death in this game. Yeah, it's the Death's Grasp. The Death's Grasp against the Death Sentence. Both hooky abilities. Pretty nice. As that Thresh is doing a lot of damage to that Misfortune. I mean, the Misfortune will they win? Yeah, they won. But now surviving on Sliver of Health, and that's Kennen coming in, the Misfortune absent, and that could be a huge fight in favor of Please Stream Us, but it is a huge fight in favor of Please Stream Us. So now, and that was not their turn, by the way. It was coast to coast push, as that Aurelion Soul is just going to come in and boop to finish off the Misfortune. And of course, the buffered Malzahar ult from Savior. That didn't look very fun or interactive for Alan Bowman 1, but on the other hand, did a lot of damage to Savior on the back end there. So now, Bisexual Lion on the Ornn is just gonna say, I don't care, I'm standing in this bush. You think you can kill me? I don't think so. Zeri Cruz says, yeah, you can't kill him, but I can kill you. And now, Please Stream Us is advancing again. It seems like it's just been their turn for quite a while now, as Coast to Coast hasn't been able to make too much headway. Really, I think the biggest issue here is that those meatballs in front are just getting close to unkillable. You do have to wonder, actually, I wonder how many souls Thresh... Yeah, 166 souls! And that on ARAM, I believe, correlates 1-to-1 with armor. So, that's a tanky Thresh. suffice to say, and there's some AP threat on the side of Coast to Coast, but their main threats are certainly AD. Though the Malzahar can shred through health in absence of MR, as that's the Ornn knockup right there, as the stars descend and Quetico runs forward, but it is still 5v2 on the map. Now it is 5v1, and now it's 4v 4v0, actually. It was Dogs and Trees going down there at the end of the fight. 4v0, not a clean ace, but that was a clean fight. And I don't believe that Team Coast to Coast is going to be able to hang on to this one, or will they? Bisexual Lion looks like he's trying to stop him as he walks past and tanks the turret and says, no, I want this game to continue on for a little bit longer. I don't think we can end. We'll take the one turret, gets the execute, and now Team Coast to Coast is going to have to do a lot with their push here, as Borbgol is low on health and doesn't have a Warmogs, as that's going to be an incredible hook onto Savior, and now that hook is going to go to the grave with Thresh as Borbgol goes down. Zeri Cruz went down as well in that exchange, so now a really dangerous thing in this game mode is desynced death timers. When the desynced death timers start to come through, that's when real pushes can happen. And with Gangplank and with Misfortune. Misfortune doesn't do that much turret damage. With Gangplank, you can get a lot of damage on this turret, as Aratan, however, is going to take turret aggro, and the cannon from Dogs and Trees is going to engage. A lot of health taken down off of Team Coast to Coast, and now one member dead, though Dogs and Trees did give his life in exchange. Alan Bowman says, all right, my turn. However, Berserking Goat says, no, it's mine. Takes down the Aurelian Soul, but the Zeri Cruz Draven is coming through, and look at those chunks onto the Malzahar. An insane amount of damage from the Draven. You see now 3 crit items completed. Just disgusting amounts of damage on those spinning axes. That was a 3-shot on the Malzahar. As now Bisexual Lion is advancing forward, and the death sentence comes through, well, the flay comes through, the death sentence missed, and that is going to be an ace. And you have to imagine that's probably the game here. However, Quetuco and Aratan are advancing. Berserking Goat has something to say as well. He does not have the Death Realm available, so a lot of damage able to be done to this Nexus. And will it go down? Yes, it will. So, a nice game from Team Coast to Coast. A 20-minute ARAM. Those usually don't go that long, so you know it's a back-and-forth match when they do. But at the end of the day, the Draven, the Engage, the Asol, it was just too much to overcome. That was a really filthy comp by Please Stream Us. It didn't really feel like Team Coast to Coast had the tools to do much against them. As the Malzahar, when, you know, the Kennen ult's coming in, the Aurelian Soul's coming in, the Engage is coming in, you really want to have like one diver to be able to hold in place as the Malz. It just isn't that effective there. It was just a better comp put together by Please Stream Us, and it was a great fight, one way or the other. So, off the back of that, see if we can find Draven's champion theme as we head into another break. Have a good one, everyone, for now. Then we get into another game. Let's just keep drawing this on as we find Draven's champion theme. Actually, does he have one? He's a pretty old champion. Oh, it's 1 minute long. Do Aurelian Soul again. Yeah, let's do that. Here's your 3-minute warning, folks. This next match is going to be between Team Please Stream Us and Team Queefazoids. 2.5 minutes. Okay, everyone, and here we go. So, another quick load screen, and this is going to be a match between Team Please Stream Us on the blue side, with Caitlyn being piloted by Dogs and Trees, Zeri Cruz, who was on the Draven last match, piloting the Kaisa, Borbgol piloting the Gragas, Alan Bowman 1 on the Zac, and Bisexual Lion on the Bear. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Queefazoids, with Agent Big Juicy piloting the Kled, Mago on the Poppy, Dr. Phil on the Rel, Creamy Pie on the Seraphine, and I'm Anxious on the Ari. I am anxious to say their team name as the dance match begins in the mid lane. Ari gonna break that truths on I am anxious. The Bisexual Lion is gonna drop the old Sky Splitter on there. And now it's going to be Gragas going in. Borpgol really going for that poke, but not quite going to be able to find it, as now the Kled is dismounted on Agent Big Juicy, as the first kill is going to be taken by Zeri Cruz on the Kaisa. Another kill to follow for the Kaisa, as Zeri Cruz again fed on an AD carry, but now it's returning back as the Ari and the Poppy are able to claim a double kill apiece. No, a triple kill for Poppy, just a single kill for the Ari. And now it's 2-4 in favor of Queefazoids. That is the Prey Seeker landing on Mago. And the Poppy there. The Zac Blobs raining down onto the minions, as that's a nice charm onto Borpgol. However, Gragas able to disengage easily without the follow-up CC there in time. So now, Bisexual lion walking back and forth, strutting, prowling, taunting, as the Gragas barrel won't quite land. And the fox shoots out the Q. Not a lot happening right this moment, except for Creamy Pie getting absolutely chunked by a combination of Zeri Cruz, who does take the charm, but the second half of the Orb of Deception doesn't land for I Am Anxious on the Ahri. This Kai'Sa build looking... I think that builds into Collector? No, I think that's going to be an on-hit Rage Blade into AP build. Anyways, itemization decisions aside, which don't really know all those components, we'll find out. We'll find out on the next recall, probably, for the Kai'Sa. As there's a little bit of a, not a total lack of engage on these team comps, but we expect it to be a little bit slower than some of the matches that we've seen thus far, as that barrel is going to do some damage, and that is a denied elastic slingshot by the Poppy's inspiring presence. You know what? Again, let's find out. Steadfast presence. Felt like she had inspiring somewhere in that kit. I guess not. As the snowball lands in Mago, let's see. No, Bisexual Lion didn't land that snowball. It was Borbgul, which, yeah, you don't really want to dash into a Poppy on a Gragas, even at low health, as there's the Caitlyn shot, but the R's not quite going to do that much damage as it's blocked by, I believe that was Dr. Phil blocking it on the Rel. So now Bisexual Lion hunting like he's on his main Rengar, but just hunting for that Sky Splitter to do some damage. See, now I'm second guessing if that's called Sky Splitter. It is. It's called Sky Splitter. So the God of Lightning Bear does indeed get a little bit of poke down as well. Just going for a Heartsteel build, it looks like, though we've all seen some AP Volibear from time to time in our day, and generally not liked to see it if it's on our team. Not like to see it if it's chasing us down either. That thing's terrifying. Just a little bit of a slower moving game. Not really any action in the last 3 minutes. As that snowball's going to land for Poppy. The E's going to land from Kled. I think that's called Bear Trap on a rope. As that is going to be the engage. But Poppy's going to get the ejection. And I Am Anxious is going to go down. So, but it's a kill on the other side as well. As Dogs and Trees goes down to the Kled. And now it's Zach doing the Let's Bounce, as that's going to be Zeri Cruz claiming the life of Agent Big Juicy before the remount can come through. Bisexual Lion, meanwhile, has been diving between turrets, and he's dead. So that's one kill over to the Ahri, as that's going to be a nice wall slam back, as the Ahri is going to get the Q there. I don't know if Ahri has quite enough damage to finish that, as the camera is going to pan back over here. And that's going to be a Zac. The kill can be allocated where do we want that kill? We want it on Creamy Pie. That's where we want it. Because that Seraphine is going to probably do some pretty good work in the later game here. But for now, no recall coming through yet. As Creamy Pie says, I would like a recall actually. Give me my Rylai's. And so he does attain that item. A little bit of all chat and joking going around here. Just some banter between friends as the elastic slingshot comes through, but nothing to auto attack there. So just the initial damage from the Zac Q there. Pretty negligible, but you know, why not get some advanced positioning there? That Gragas Q. Gragas is very frustrating on this map sometimes if you're trying to get the health relics. And that is going to be it's going to be a tank Gragas, actually. A little bit surprised to see that, but it's going to be going for the Iceborne Gauntlet first there. Looks like probably into a Fimble Winter as well, assuming that's still called that. I think Winter's Approach is the Ornn item. Or maybe it's the completed item. Who knows? Probably a lot of people here know, actually. Anyone who plays Ornn. And that's just going to be a little short elastic slingshot. It almost looked like it was intended to bait out that Poppy ult. That might be giving a little bit too much credit, but who knows, as that Gragas is going to be caught, and that's going to be a huge engage. And now the fight breaks out in earnest. The Zac is going to bounce back down, but it's a little bit too late as this fight is being wiped by Queefazoids. I mean, that was an excellent combo. The Seraphine ult over the top, the Rel ult, they just absolutely chased them down there. And this is looking like a pretty hard team comp to fight into. But a lot of frontline with double AD carry can punch through a lot and put out a lot of damage. It's just a question of if Please Stream Us will be able to scale up until that point where that's doable. Gragas, again, looking for the engage, but not quite able to find the body slam. It's a nice barrel, but now a great ejection from Poppy, and it is an outnumbered fight again in favor of the Queefazoids. As that's going to be Zeri Cruz taking down another, and the Storm God descends, stuns up the guy on a, I don't know what Skarl is actually, but he's a Yordle, as that's going to be damaged back a little bit too deep there potentially by Please Stream Us, and May goes into backline, but is going to go down in exchange. I am anxious. Creamy Pie and Agent Big Juicy not quite able to take down that Zac as they retreat back to their turret. So now it is going to be a great charm on the Zac. That was a nice little charm, but more so it was a short elastic slingshot, but a good attempt nonetheless. You miss every shot that you don't take. Or is it, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take? That's the saying. It's good to know things, folks. So we're going to take a little bit of a breather. Everyone, surely not me, but, you know, for the audience, we can drink a little bit of water. As Poppy is going to take quite a bit of damage there. Half of her health bar, and that's Heartsteel and Thornmail. Not opting for that Warmogs yet, which you don't really see Warmogs that often on Poppy, so it's not like it's out of the ordinary. As that's going to be a denied remount by Klett as Borpkul gets the big amount of damage there, and that is going to be a second kill. Going over to Please Stream Us. A great Magnet Storm, but is it too late? It looks like it is, as the damage is all gone from the side of Queefazoids. And now it's Bisexual Lion claiming that last kill on Dr. Phil, and that actually is a 4-for-1 fight in favor of Team Please Stream Us. So that front line is really starting to beef up. You have to question, do the Queefazoids have the damage to be able to punch through it in the late game? The answer so far is starting to look like a potential no, as the AD carries do their work. However, a great amount of damage from Creamy Pie and from Agent Big Juicy is able to claim the lives of both AD carries. But the tanks are now doing their retreat, as now it's just a bunch of low damage characters going at one another, as the Klett ult is not quite going to close enough distance, or is it? The bear trap on a rope catches the fat man, and that's going to be a wall slam by Poppy. It's just a wet noodle fight back and forth, but ultimately it is the Gragas to fall, the squishiest of the bunch, and he is going to fall against that wall. Dangerous place to be against the Poppy. However, Agent Big Juicy is also dead, and the AD carries are back. But what can they do? Do they have enough damage to get through the Poppy and the Rel? A lot of damage going on to the Ahri, but now Creamy Pie on that. Seraphine has arrived to support their team. So now it's the Seraphine, the Walls, and the Ahri against the double AD carry and the Gragas. Let's see what can happen. And also the Volibear, who I didn't see there off screen. As now the Barrel's going to take down some minions. Really a lot of farm being allocated to Zeri Cruz there. On the Kaisa, you have to imagine that's intentional. Not a lot of farm being taken by the tanks, which, again, seems like an intentional choice, where it's a little bit more split evenly on the side of Queefazoids. So now, we'll shoot out some Prey Seekers. Everyone's at full health again. The next fight is going to be pretty high stakes. You have to imagine that if it goes hard in either direction, an inhibitor could be claimed, with the slightly longer death timers now at 12 minutes into this game. The charm just isn't quite going to hit its mark, as Borbgol is able to step forward now, and the elastic slingshot is just short. That really does look like it's intentional. Now, though, there comes the Seraphine ult over the top, and that's a massive Poppy ult, which is going to eject 2 members. Now it's an uneven fight. The Kled is going into the backline. The bear trap on a rope is going to connect. It ticks, and the RE claims the kill. Now Zeri Cruz on the other side is going to be able to get some damage down. Are they going to be able to get enough damage down, though, as the Kled is going to claim their life? And now it's Agent Big Juicy against Alan Bowman 1 on the Zac. Now it's a Yordle against a Blob Man. What can they do? It's looking like it might be Yordle on a Scarl favored. But now they're on the wrong side of the map. Now a Bear God chases them down. Any damage onto Caitlyn here would be good for them, as that's, 40% of Caitlyn's health bar down. As far as deaths go, that's a pretty decent death, because there's I believe no lifesteal and no off healing on the side of Please Stream Us. Now the elastic slingshot again. I have to imagine they're trying to bait out those Poppy Ws with those elastic slingshots, which is a really clever strategy, because you have 3 forms. I think Volibear Q has a small dash attached to it, or that may be something archaic that I'm thinking of. But either way, it would enable the Gragas engage if they were able to bait out the Poppy W with the elastic slingshot, which would be massive for them. Of course, the Poppy, Mago on the Poppy has been doing a huge amount of work here, being able to eject multiple people from every fight. But even still, the fights have been quite even. The trap line is now laid down for Dogs and Trees alongside Please Stream Us. So again, we wind up in a situation where we're waiting for engage. The Poppy, of course, is the crux of the issue for Please Stream Us. On the other hand, Queefazoids. What a name. What a name, everyone. Queefazoids is not really that short on engage. However, you have to imagine that they leave themselves vulnerable for a counter engage if the Rel did decide to go in by themselves. And also, the amount of damage coming out from those AD carries could absolutely shred. Especially worth noting, there's a lot of AP damage on the side of Please Stream Us, so it's not... Oh, there's a Gragas barrel, and there's the Steadfast Presence to deny that entrance. Here comes the Seraphine ult, and it's a big one. That's a potentially game-winning Seraphine ult as the damage comes through, and that's looking like it might just be a clean ace in the favor of Queefazoids, as they're all at half health or above as well. They're not guaranteed to lose the next fight either, so that usual swing may not happen. Those Seraphine ults are just absolutely devastating. And when they do deny that initial engage from the Zac and the Gragas, there just isn't much of a fight to be had for the side of Please Stream Us. Now the Plasma gets applied, and now comes in Bisexual Lion alongside his buddy in the back in the form of Borbgol, and Alan Bowman's doing his best to peel as Dogs and Trees takes a little bit of damage there, facing off against Creamy Pie, and now it's going to be Zeri Cruz diving into the back line, and Zeri Cruz able to slay Agent Big Juicy and Mago as well. So now looking for a quadra kill. Will they get it? Nope. Alan Bowman 1 on Zac says mine, and it's only a triple for Zeri Cruz. So, indeed, we do see a momentum swing. It was a really nice use of the frozen Hex Gates there by the side of Please Stream Us. And now, still quite a while on Dr. Phil's death timer. I don't know that Queefazoids are going to have the same play in response. However, the Seraphine ult is back up, and that really has been a big difference maker. They do have the same play in response. Let's see how it works out. That's the Gragas ult to disengage, and it is effective disengage. We'll see if the Kled ult is expended alongside the Seraphine ult. That could do a lot. It's an outnumbered fight right now, but now it's not, as the full team is back together on the side of Please Stream Us. So we take a little bit of a breather. Slow down. Everyone's ult is ready now, except for Kled's, which actually wasn't up previously. The very long cooldown on that Kled ult. As you can see the pings of wait for R from Kled, you see they're ready to engage. They know that they have the fight if they can manage to land a good Seraphine ultimate. A lot of damage over the top, but we're going to see how it goes. The Kled ult is now ready, and the Kai'Sa has landed a lot of poke onto that Ahri in exchange. Ahri does have a little bit of healing in her kit. She also has that Seraphine alongside her, so it won't necessarily stick as they head back and retreat toward the health shrine. Q sitting in the bush just to get vision from the Gragas, and here comes the attempted bait by Zach, but no dice there. As that was a that was a headshot from Dogs and Trees onto I Am Anxious. But I Am Anxious holding on to life, just at about 70% health, now 75% health off of the Seraphine healing. Wait. Both teams know this next fight is consequential. So they take their time, they bide their time. Really, it's a jockeying for position situation. As you can see, Please Stream Us advancing. If you can win a team fight on the, if you can lose a team fight on the enemy side of the map on an ARAM, you're very unlikely to have the game end on you unless it's like past 25, even 30 minutes or so when death timers get really excessive. As there's more poke landing, but the poke just isn't sticking anymore. The AP Kai'Sa, well, not AP, it's on-hit Kai'Sa that has a good chunk of AP. It's a snowball landing. It's looking like an engage is coming. There's some damage back onto Poppy. A baited, no, not a baited engage, just a straight up engage going on to the Ahri, and that's the first ult charge expended to dodge that Zac engage. So now the Ahri ult's down, so potentially Please Stream Us has an opportunity here, and they are going for that opportunity as they land a little bit more damage onto Poppy. However, there are super minions barreling down the mid lane toward them, or the only lane toward them, right into their faces. The question is, can they punish that Ahri ult expenditure? Because right now, they have all of their ults available, but this just isn't that straightforward of a comp to engage into. You have to worry about the Seraphine ult for a counter engage. You also have to worry about the Rel Magnet Storm, which it looks like Rel's setting up for a Magnet Storm. Bisexual Lion is diving deep at the same time. Rel on the other side of the map is going to get a great Magnet Storm. However, the Gragas cask is going to disengage it. And now Dr. Phil is running forward on the Rel. Now here comes the Seraphine ult, and it catches the backline. And here comes the damage, as that is going to be the Queefazoids absolutely running over this fight, and potentially they may just win the game right here. It's going to be desync death timers as well, as Borpgol is almost certain to go down. And he's going to go back in. Potentially, Agent Big Juicy could go down here as well. You need to be careful around these turrets, and that is going to be Borpgol maybe saving the game. Indeed, probably saving the game, as there's just 5 seconds left on those carries. The question is, how much work can they put in? It is going to be a 4v2 for 10 seconds. No, Bisexual Lion up as well. 3v2 for another 5 seconds before Zac comes up, and it's going to be Zeri Cruz going in, diving in forward, doing a ton of damage, and this time, though they have a Bear Nexus, it looks like Please Stream Us has defended this push. But that Bear Nexus, one more team fight, and this game is over. So every bit of missing health is going to count now it's going to be hard to get that back outside of those health relics. So Zeri Cruz does have a gateway back to health for this time around, as Agent Big Juicy looks to deny that health relic, but indeed won't, as that is going to be Alex Bowman saying, nope, this is our turn, and Agent Big Juicy doesn't look like they're going to be able to survive this. Behind them, however, is going to be Dr. Phil on the Rel. Are they going to be able to find anything? Not quite. So this push, you have to be careful here if you're the Queefazoids, because any lost team fight here by either team is going to be the game. So now that's going to be the Poppy just getting bounced around, and the Rel is going to go in at the same time as the Poppy ultimate, and that's another massive fight coming through by the Queefazoids. Now it's 4v4. It's going to be the Rel jumping on top of Zeri Cruz. What can they do? Not much, because there wasn't any follow-up damage on the other side. Bisexual Lion seeing what they can get done. They're taking a lot of damage as well on the other side. So now it's 3v3. It's going to be the Prey Seeker missing going through as Mago flashes forward trying to get onto Zeri Cruz, but Zeri Cruz is just not going to have enough damage to beat through that Poppy. And now it's going to be Creamy Pie getting the last, nope, it's going to be I Am Anxious getting the last bit of damage alongside Mago to finish off that fight. So now it's a bare Nexus with 10 seconds on Bisexual Lion's death timer. He's going to be up by the time they get there. The question is, what does the 4v2 look like? Dogs and trees. That is a crucial snowball to needed to not get hit by. So now it's Bisexual Lion alone trying to defend. What can he do against this? Got a lot of damage down onto that Ahri, but just not enough. And that is going to be the game in the favor of the Queefazoids. That was back and forth all the way through. It looked for a moment there. That catch onto Agent Big Juicy with almost 5 full health members in the 5v4, it really looked like Please Stream Us was going to edge their way back into this game, but the heroics from Mago getting onto Zeri Cruz really made the difference in that last fight. They were able to completely zone them out, they were able to tank so much of their damage, and at the end of the day, that was just an impenetrable wall that they weren't able to chew through on the side of Please Stream Us. So, on that note, an excellent game. A lot of back and forth. Apparently somebody I reported earlier has been banned. Always a good thing to see. Anyways, let's do I bet we have a Poppy theme that's available. Let's see what we have. Yeah, Poppy's got a nice 8-year-old champion theme from a rework. Nothing makes you feel old like seeing that Poppy's rework was 8 years ago. Yeah. Anyways, for the moment, we're gonna mute. We're gonna go to break. This is your 3-minute warning, folks. On the red side for this match, we're going to have a BarrelOfMonkeys, who we haven't seen, I believe, since the first match. And on the other side, or was that the second match? Nah, it doesn't matter. And then on the other side, we're going to see the same team that we saw the previous game. We're going to see Please Stream Us. So, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, folks. Hope you're ready. All right, folks, we are in the game on the red side. This is our losers finals, by the way. So one team is going to advance to the final match of the day, and the other team is going to go home. Right now, it looks like we're not quite all there, as Aphelios and Kennen still need to shop. However, Dad on Tarek has had just about enough of the waiting, but it's going to be Agent Big Juicy going in on that Rengar, looking for some damage. Ivern Rengar, disgusting combo of champions, by the way, as that's going to be a ton of damage onto Zero's NRL. However, it's not going to quite finish him off. Nobody's dead just yet, as that's going to be, ooh, those Jinx traps were disgusting. But first to go down is going to be Agent Big Juicy, followed by Variegated on the Vigar. Now it's going to be Kennen taking the second kill as well. And we have a 2-for-2 now, as I Am Anxious takes damage back from Zero's NRL, and this is a bloodbath. Zero's NRL is absolutely going to town now, as that's going to be a stun landed and a binding landed, and Zero's NRL is doing work right now, getting fed on that Aphelios early, as that's going to be some poke onto I Am Anxious as well at the end there. So we'll see if we get a moment, but with Ivern Rengar and Maokai, I question it. It's going to be Dad on the Tarek. It's going to be Ice Queen on the Morgana. Variegated is going to be on the Vagar, which is going to put a cage around Mago there on the Maokai. Nova Brisk on the Jax is going to go ahead and walk back with the rest of their team to get the health relic, and Zero's NRL is on the Aphelios this game. Those are all the players for BarrelOfMonkeys. Over on the side of Please Stream Us, we have the same team as last game, but much different champions being played. It's Mago on the Maokai, it's Creamy Pie on the Ivern, it's Agent Big Juicy on the Rengar, it's Dr. Phil on the Jinx, and it's I Am Anxious on the Kennen. I think I may have the team names wrong here. Well, we'll just work with it. We'll figure it out from here. When we have a little bit of a breather, we'll make sure. So that's going to be the Rengar jumping onto the minion. Just getting a little bit of fury. Sitting on full fury stacks right now. I think that's what those are called. Ferocity? Ah, ferocity, not fury. I see. That's going to be the cage put down. That's a good cage. It's going to catch Mego on the Maokai. And that is going to be the counter-strike, keeping Jack safe. However, Dad on the Taric has had just about enough of this. He walks forward. A little bit of a heal coming through. As we hit a little bit of a lull here. A push coming in. Zero's NRL stepping up very far. Not afraid to spend that currency that he's acquired, as that's going to be an Essence Reaper picked up. But on the other end of the fight, you gotta be careful when you give one kill against Ivern Rengar, Jinx, because they are getting excited to go forward. And now the Rengar jumps in, and they have 5v5 on the map again. Those early game death timers don't last so long. So we're chilling. We're going back and forth. We're waiting. And that's going to be a snowball landing. But nothing much to happen there until Novabrisk jumped on. Novabrisk turned in a great Tristana performance earlier, if I remember correctly. As I believe they did lose that game. Okay. I think they may have lost that game. This is the losers bracket. Somebody had to have lost a game at some point. So now, that's another engage, but a flash out from Agent Big Juicy. The Terrigal comes down. I don't know about that jump back in by Creamy Pie, but somehow, jumping into 5 immune members didn't kill him, but the immunities are down now, and I Am Anxious brings out the big old Kennen ult to stun them all. But will it be the fight? It doesn't look like it. It looks like the Veigar's coming in to do damage. Now the stun gets caught, and that, by Variegated, was a masterclass on the Veigar. Is able to catch out the Kennen at the absolute last second with the tip of that cage. But now there's 2 members coming in, and that's going to be a dead Taric? Yes, it is going to be a dead Taric, as Agent Big Juicy does back off now. Variegated going to make sure that they don't push any further, but now Mego on the Maokai going forward doesn't quite find anything additional there. That's a Titanic Hydra on the Rengar there, not the expected item, but in an ARAM in this situation, I do understand why you would be going for that build. It can still do a lot of damage. I'm actually not sure about the efficiency of full tank into Titanic anymore, though that was a thing back 2 years ago when last I played regularly, as that's going to be a little bit of poke down onto Zero's NRL. That's going to be a binding as well, and that should be a dead Jinx, but it's not. Great peel by Mego there to save the life of their AD carry. Nice, lots of hits. Lots of hits coming down onto those minions. Just trying to expend those charges you have to imagine to get better team fighting guns. As green-purple might be good for a 2v2 lane bot lane, but it's not quite as good as in an ARAM as, you know, blue, red, and white are. Or wave clear happening. A little bit of an Ivern Q thrown out, just fishing. But ultimately, we're really waiting for those ultimates. And now you can see those ultimates are ready. Here comes the Maokai ult over the top. It's gonna stun some, but there's the Kennen ult. That right there was a thing of beauty as the advance continues, as Dr. Phil's excited. Rengar jumps on from Agent Big Juicy, and that is not going to be a clean ace, as Jax is going to do some work on the back end, but ultimately Novabrisk doesn't quite have enough. So that is going to be the fight, this time in favor of the red team. The Taric stun comes down. The Vagar Cage comes down, and now 4 kills for 0 in return, and the pendulum swings back. We're just going to take a moment to make sure that we have the right team name there. And in fact, we are going to pause this for the stream audience right now. Not to break the action, but we really want to be sure of this. Okay, so we did have the wrong team name. That is Team Queefazoids there, over on the red side. So, we're going back, we are unpausing, and we are continuing this game. Apologies for that, everyone, but facts first, you know? So now the fight continues. That's going to be a jump on by Agent Big Juicy, and that's going to be a jump on to Dad again. Another jump on to Dad, but just not doing a lot of damage to him, as that turret is definitely going to fall now. The immunities are out, but here comes the Kennen ult, but it just isn't going to do anything, as Kennen was immediately blown up. Now, on the other hand, Queefazoids are going to advance, and they are going to do immense amounts of damage here. It's going to be BarrelOfMonkeys pinned in the middle of them, but who's trapped with whom? Ice Queen putting down the tainted ground, and that is going to be Dr. Phil doing some damage in return. Now it's Agent Big Juicy jumping back. Now it's the Rengar doing damage. Now it's Jax versus an AD carry. AD carry doesn't win that. Now it's Jax versus Kennen. It's a quadra kill. Will it be a penta? Will it? No, it will not. Kennen, piloted by I Am Anxious, says no penta for you. We've already had 2 pentas today, so I suppose not too much excitement can be had, as the BarrelOfMonkeys doesn't quite get their grand prize, but they will get the quadra kill on Jax. Now, that Jax is going to be a huge threat as this game goes on. You have to imagine. But now it's going to be variegated, trapped in the wrong neighborhood, surrounded by 3 large, dangerous champions, and that mage is going to go down. Now the Kennen ult over the top gets a double kill, slays the carries, and now it's going to be the Jinx. Free firing. You have to imagine there probably isn't going to be a lot of engage in this situation. Probably wave clear here. Not a lot of engage left alive for either team. The Jax could of course jump on, which would do a lot. That is going to be a dark binding onto the Kennen. The Kennen is very low, and this is a situation, yeah, that's a situation there where you might as well die on the Kennen. By the time your ult's back up, you're still going to be low health. You don't want to be at 10% health when you go in an ult, especially going for the Storm Surge Rocket Belt build without the Zhonya's, which is a perfectly viable build. It does an immense amount of damage. But not quite there, as that's going to be engaged now, as the Queefazoids are doing some massive damage here. They're just going to continue to advance. They go forward. Dr. Phil's excited. Ice Queen's not excited to be on the receiving end of those rockets, and that's going to be variegated going down next. I Am Anxious takes the kill. Dr. Phil still excited, now wearing off. So that one is going to be a massive team fight. It's going to be a 4 for 0. Nova Brisk, though good against AD carries, maybe not so good here, though. Here comes the ultimate. And there goes Creamy Pie. Nova Brisk doing as much work as they possibly can. Jumping in. The Counter-Strike probably almost ready again. Is it? Yes, it is. There it goes. And they are still alive. Nova Brisk is going to live, and Dr. Phil chases too far forward. So now the pendulum swings in favor of BarrelOfMonkeys. Nova Brisk, a great performance on the Tristana earlier. Another jump champion, I should say, looking nasty here. So now it's 5v2. It won't be 5v2 for long. Now it's 5v3, and there's just 5 seconds on the remaining death timers. Agent Big Juicy tries to decline that engage, but the Taric ult won't come through in time. Now Agent Big Juicy's in trouble. The I Am Anxious throws out the Kennen ult, does a lot of damage with it, but not quite enough to finish anyone off. Now it's going to be a barrel of monkeys on the run, like shooting monkeys in a barrel, as Dr. Phil runs through, slays another, and that is going to be even more excitement. As look at the amount of attack speed on Fishbones, I believe, is her machine gun there. And that is a massive fight for one in the favor of Queefazoids. So again, Nova Brisk finds himself in this situation a lot. Their death timer is just desynced from the rest of the team. But the question is, what can they actually win this? And I don't know that they can't, as that's gonna be ejecting us from the game. But we're gonna jump back into it as quickly as we possibly can here, as we did indeed miss a triple kill from the Jax there. Thank you to the League of Legends client. However, the game is still going on from our point of view. It could really go either direction here. There's no certainty which way it could go. The Jinx on one side, the Jax on the other. So now it's going to be a huge amount of damage coming down, but not quite enough, as Nova Brisk will go down as well. And here comes the Kennen ult. It's a nice Kennen ult, but it's not enough, as the Zhonya's did come through there. It didn't do a ton. It did some damage, but without the follow-up from the rest of the team, the Kennen ult just isn't quite effective enough. So there comes the Taric stun onto the Jinx. That's an important carry to be getting damage onto, but I don't think the Taric is going to be able to do this against an excited Jinx. So now Jinx is on the run. Mego was tanking up the backline for a long time there. A really great job denying any access to their AD carry. So now Dr. Phil is the star of the show again. However, on the other side, Nova Brisk is the star of the show again. So we asked the question, what kind of heroics is the Jax going to pull out now? What kind of heroics is the Jinx going to pull out now? One of them needs peel for them. The other one just jumps in, swings that lamppost around, and smacks that little electric Pikachu in the face. However, Aphelios gets the kill, of course. Zero's NRL still quite fed on the Aphelios, though hasn't quite reached the heights that he did at the beginning of the game yet. Nova Brisk leads the way for their team. It's a 5v4 right now, but Variegated not looking particularly healthy, and it's about to be a 5v5 again in just 7 more seconds. Zhonya's Hourglass is ready for the Kennen again, as Nova Brisk decides to tank up the turret just a little bit there. A couple of turret shots, so now it's the question, who's going to win the team fight here? A lot of low health bars down on both sides, as there's the Taric ult, and Nova Brisk goes in. Decides to just fully send it, but the Kennen ult comes on the counter engage. The Kennen ult actually doesn't bind that much. So now it's the question, here comes the Aphelios. What's the Aphelios gonna do? Nova Brisk is still alive somehow after they dove into the back line, and now they step forward looking for the Jinx. Are they going to find them? They are! And it's the Jax. The Jax is the hero of the day, and you have to imagine that's going to be the game. As you continue to see that lamppost just slamming down against that turret, doing its work. And it was a hard-fought game. It was a back-and-forth game. But it was BarrelOfMonkeys dominating at the end of it. What a masterful Jax performance from Nova Brisk to end this game at just over 15 minutes. Okay, so we go into one more break, and then we have our grand finals. Look forward to it, everyone. All right, folks, this is our 3-minute warning as we're about to head into the first match of the finals. So just to make the stakes clear on this, we're going to have Check PayPal on the red side of the map. That's going to be the team with the Fiddlestick, Samira, Tom Kench, Pantheon, and Hwei. If they win this match, then the tournament is over and they're the winners because they're coming from the winner's bracket. If they lose, then BarrelOfMonkeys, that's the team with the Vladimir, Shyvana, Timo, Leona, and Zeri, they will then play a second match, and the winner of that then wins the entire tournament. So, with the stakes clear, we have 2 minutes roughly until we get in to potentially our final match of the day. All right, here we go. At about probably 25 seconds or so, it's actually going to launch us into the game. I think it's best to actually, because we, believe it or not, we have not seen our winners bracket winners, our winners bracket finalists, I should say, in this tournament yet on the stream. So we should be able to take a moment to actually say the players' names and talk about them. So, Lummy is on the Fiddlesticks. Callie Love is on Soul Fighter Samira. Nut Juice is on Tom Kench. Airbus is on Pantheon. And It's KP is on Winter Blessed Hwei. On the other side of the map, we've seen them before, but we'll introduce them again nonetheless. It's going to be Zero's NRL on the Vladimir. It's going to be Variegated on the Shyvana. It's going to be Dad on the Timo. It's going to be Ice Queen on the Leona, and it's going to be Nova Brisk on another carry, this time on the Zeri. So immediately into the fight as Ice Queen is jumped on by Aerobliss on the Pantheon, and it is going to do quite a bit of damage off of Ice Queen's health, and that's your aggression right there from your winners bracket representatives in Check PayPal. That Fiddlesticks from Lummy should be an interesting pick here. Fiddlesticks, if played around properly, or played against properly, as I should say, especially with snowballs accessible, can be very ineffective in an organized environment. However, he can also be extraordinarily effective. And as we can see, we're not taking this match too seriously as the flashes come through. And there's the Abyssal Dive as Nutjuice is going to get first blood on the Tom Kench. We'll see the Grayskin come through there as Ice Queen on Leona isn't going to be able to win either. And that's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Check PayPal. Now it's going to be a 3-1 as the turret dive comes through. Truly the spirit of ARAM here from Check PayPal as they are diving the turret at level 4. They're just having fun. But the Timo is going to do some damage there from Dad. And that is going to be potentially a dead Tom Kench for a triple kill. And the Vladimir is going to claim the Hwei's life for a kill of his own. Zeri, also Nova Brisk piloting it, was able to get a kill as well. That one behind the turret. So it's actually 5-3 in the favor of our lower bracket representatives in BarrelOfMonkeys. However, you do have to note that Check PayPal is playing at a little bit of a handicap, given that they blew their flashes just for funsies. I suppose you can do that when you have a game to work with. Ice Queen gonna dive in, gonna take a lot of damage there, and that's gonna be Air Bliss claiming the life of Novabrisk. Novabrisk, however, on that first back, they picked up the Guardian's Hammer off the bat. You do see a little bit more ARAM starting items in this final match, 3 to be exact, on the Pantheon, the Fiddlesticks, and it's going to be a dead Teemo, as Airbliss is going to take the turret shots there. Nutjuice taking a turret shot as well, but ultimately it was Numlumlummy claiming the kill. You do see a little bit more starting items in this match, in Zeri, Pantheon, and Fiddlesticks, but that early power, not going to make too big of a difference in all likelihood, as that's going to be another kill for Airbliss on this Pantheon, doing work here, and its KP has claimed another. Now it's going to be another turret dive. However, the unending despair, I believe that's called, spiraling despair, from the Hwei is going to do damage on the return side. That Shyvana, that AP Shyvana, everyone knows how much damage that can do in an ARAM. However, on the other side, it's going to be the Vladimir claiming the life, finally, of Airbliss. And now, we're going to get just a little bit of our first breather of the game. So it's going to be Novabrisk, farming up. You expect the Teemo to be a lot more effective as the game goes on. Teemo really, in ARAM, most effective at delaying the enemy push, which those tempo timers as Airbliss is going to throw a spear and claim the life of Dad again. And now we're going to have another engage. Novabrisk goes into the ult, and that's going to be a disengage from the Hwei that's going to suck them in. However, Ice Queen has not had enough blood yet, and they are going to drop like an icicle to the floor to blend in with the snow. Now it's going to be the Samira from Cali Love going in deep, and that is going to crush the spirits of the BarrelOfMonkeys as they claim first turret already. This is just a pure, unadulterated, all-in comp from the side of Czech PayPal. And that's going to be Ice Queen, going to be being dove again. Nutjuice is going to gobble up that Airbliss Pantheon. And now it's going to be a lot more damage going back on to the side of BarrelOfMonkeys. However, BarrelOfMonkeys has the advantage here as the health bars are slipping away. And that's 3 kills for the side of a BarrelOfMonkeys. It's 15-3 in the kills now. It's only about a 1,500 gold difference as that Hwei almost got the unending despair off, but not quite. Not close enough as the Samira goes in for the ult, and that's going to be 2 kills instantly, but she's going to go down in exchange. What that does there, that may just look like a 1 for 2, but what that does is what you're seeing on your screen now. They completely took the tempo back off of that Samira ultimate, and that Samira is going to be a problem, as now Tahm Kench is chasing down Vladimir. Zero's NRL doesn't have the pool available to immune the knockup, so they're just going to lose a huge chunk of health, but ultimately it's going to be Nutjuice going down to the electrified gun of Novabrisk. So now we get our second breather of the game. 19-7 the kills in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. We're really looking at a bloodbath here as Hwei is going to throw out that, I think that's EQ? You know, I don't know anything about Hwei really outside of his abilities. Not his combos, certainly. Equity. It's called just spiraling despair. I see. It was some kind of despair, as now the Tahm Kench engage is going to come through again. However, it's just going to be a little bit of a non-committal engage, as Nutjuice is able to walk back on that catfish. So, the mushrooms are beginning to be put down. A really critical point in this game, because every super minion in ARAM has True Sight. It's going to be make or break for this Teemo's effectiveness if they are able to, oh, nope, there goes Teemo. And there goes the dive. It's the Fiddlesticks ultimate underneath the turret, layered with the Samira ultimate, and this is just an absolute slaughter, as Novabrisk now looking to turn it around, but Hwei says no. It's KP shutting down the Zeri, and now the Shyvana, the AP Shyvana, just too squishy. Dove under the turret, and now that's a 5 for 2 diving under turret. Now it's a 6 for 2 diving under turret. And now here comes 2 more competitors, but the Vladimir looks like it's had just about enough of this. And Zero's NRL is going to claim 3 kills here. So Vladimir here could be deadly. Barrel of Monkeys needs to defend that inhibitor with their lives. Because if that inhibitor falls, that Teemo is going to become little more than a caster minion. His ultimate is going to be wholly ineffective once the super minions start to barrel down. Now you can see the Fiddlesticks flash being pinged on the side of Check PayPal. They're really coordinating their timers here as Dad on Teemo just barely manages to get out of that trap from Hwei. And he'll back off now. Vladimir zeros NRL on that champion, trying to go forward. Now it's going to be Novabrisk getting flashed on and dove, and this is just a slaughter again. As this is Check PayPal going all in. They know their timings. They burned their summoner spells erroneously the first time, or wastefully the first time, but this time, they don't care. They're going to use those aggressively, and at 8 minutes, they're threatening to end the game. This team is an absolute powerhouse, as they have the champions at their disposal to just go all in, and Barrel of Monkeys just doesn't have the disengage, as now the Fiddlesticks ultimate, which wasn't even used in that disengage, comes over the top, and the Teemo's gonna drop a Shroom. Ice Queen's gonna go in again, but where's the follow-up damage? Vladimir is over on the top side, but on the bottom side, it's Samira slaughtering Teemo, slaughtering Shyvana, and this game is over already. 8 minutes and 55 seconds into the game. This game is going to end as the turrets are sieged down. A surrender vote was started and failed, and that is going to be the Nexus. This team, Check PayPal, just dominant, as that Nexus is going to go down any moment now. There it goes. And those are your tournament winners. Num Lum Lummy on the Fiddlesticks, Cali Love on the Samira, Nut Juice on the Tom Kench, Erebus on the Pantheon, and It's KP on the Hwei just absolutely eviscerate their competition all the way to the final prize. And now, we'll take a moment. We're going to set up for an interview with our winners, with our tournament host doing the honors. For now, it's been an honor casting these games for you. I hope you've enjoyed the tournament. The tournament is, of course, still going. We're going to have a winner's interview, which you aren't going to want to miss. But for the moment, we're going to head into a small break while that gets set up.
Hey. Oh, I hear myself on stream. Hi, stream. You good to go? I can't hear anything on the stream. I think only the stream can hear me right now. And I'm very low, like shockingly low.
All right. We're just going to do a little bit of audio balancing, everyone. We're just going to talk into both microphones, headset and standing mic. And we're going to have our lovely host speak again and see how it
Hello.
sounds.
Test, test, test. I'd probably turn it up a little more.
All right. So we're going to turn that up a little bit more.
Hey, test, test, test. Oh, okay, maybe down a little bit.
All right. So we're going to turn your volume in Discord down.
All right, this is the one. This has to be the one.
Is it the one?
Okay, it's a little too loud, but we'll go with it. It'll be fine.
Lovely.
And if you don't mind opening up the Discord, like if you click on the voice channel and putting it up on stream so we can actually see who we're interviewing, that would be fantastic.
Yes, And everyone gets to see my Discord name as well. Enjoy.
Really? It's just ThomasCasts #PBB, right?
Well, it's Tom, and I'm invisible.
Oh. Oh my.
Yes.
And then click on the voice channel, please.
There we are. And we'll click off of the
There we
ad.
go. There we go. Okay. I will move him in a second.
All right, sounds good.
Welcome, Lumi, and Erebus. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
How does it feel to win? Get first place.
Feels awesome, bro.
Very nice. So I need to ask this question, and this is probably by far the most frequently asked question you guys get asked. So how much money did you send to everyone's PayPal to win this tournament?
Bro. We're broke, man. It was a lot.
How much? Do you mind sharing, or is that personal?
Um it's a bit personal, but enough for them to like have at least like 5 skins per person, I would say.
hmm
hmm
And the script, did a lot of the teams improv, or did you guys have them all follow the script to the precise tone that you set?
There's a lot of improv, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which team improv the most? Which team surprised you with how they weren't following the script?
I would say the last team definitely surprised us. The Timo pick and the Shyvana was kind of fire. Definitely.
Fair enough. But in all seriousness, no rigging here, at least as far as I'm aware of. That would be a huge plot twist. But you guys placed third in the last ARAM tournament. Now you have placed first. So I was just curious, is there anything in particular that made this tournament more successful for you guys? From a realistic standpoint, a real answer, please.
I think last time there were like a few teams that were like kind of wary of, and this time don't think they were playing. That's why maybe it was like a bit easier this time.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. How often do you guys play in ARAM events?
Mm, quite a lot actually. I know I know Erebus like actually played in another tournament this Wednesday or like
Oh,
last
really?
Wednesday. Yeah, quite a lot.
And how did that go?
They won.
Okay, wow, so just successful all the time. You guys must be loaded if you're paying all these people.
Yeah, we're hella rich, man.
All right, right on, right on. And then what about other tournaments? You guys only play exclusively ARAM events, or do you guys ever dabble in Summoner's Rift or 1v1 tournaments or anything like that?
Ooh, actually, not me personally, but again, Erebus legit plays in like 1v1 tournaments. Like he played like I think like a couple of weeks ago. He actually won that one too. Holy
Oh,
moly.
interesting.
Yeah.
Because actually next month, spoiler alert, but next month will be a 1v1 tournament, so maybe we'll see
Okay.
check PayPal paying each other off for the wins. That'd be
Of
interesting. Have
course.
a bit of an auction.
You'll get to see like me and Erebus in the finals and me like like demolishing him, bro. It's like,
Oh,
yeah.
shoot. Already leaking the script. Fair enough. It's leaked, yeah. So you guys have now, I don't know if you guys know about this because it's not super public, but at the end of the season, we do what I call the Battle of Royalty tournament, where the only teams eligible are teams that have either won a tournament for the season or the top four teams on the ARAM leaderboard. So with you
Mm.
guys winning this tournament, you've locked in the spot and the date of that, which we'll talk about later. It will be on December 7th, but I don't need an answer yet. So the teams that are currently 100% in for winning a tournament was I'm Down for That, Blue Ball Boys, Amateurs, and you guys. So how do you guys think you would factor up against those four teams, or three teams, I should say, including you?
It'll be hard, bro. A lot of those players we actually like recognize from ARAM and they're pretty good.
Mm, okay.
Like we knew them before the tourney.
Yep. And I guess this will be my final question. Who do you think would be, out of the people that you faced in this tournament, who are you looking forward to potentially facing again in the next ARAM tournament?
Uh Probably Dissonance.
Dissonance. So that's
Yeah.
isn't that Team Wind Traders?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thomas, do you have any questions for these victorious players?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. I'll leave you both be. Congratulations. I'll DM you guys
Thank you.
or in your
Thank
team
you.
chat for prizes and whatnot. But I will
Yep.
move you back. Talk to you guys in a bit. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks for.
Oh, we just totally cut him off. Oops.
Thanks for hosting.
Hey, I cut him off
They're
too.
outta
I'm
here.
I'm
Nobody
nailing
gets
this.
to talk.
I'm the host. I'm in charge. Anyways, I will wrap up the stream. Thomas, thank you very much for casting this. For those of you that don't know, Thomas and I have been friends for quite a while, and usually he's quite busy for these tournaments, but thankfully he came in clutch, solo casted every single round that he could have. Without him, it would have been impossible for me to host and also cast myself. So huge shout out to you, Thomas.
I don't
Anything you
know
want to shout out
you.
of your? Oh, okay. Well, not again. I can't have this. This already happened once. Anything you want to shout out, Thomas? Or are you good to wrap up the stream?
You know, there's a website that I thought about shouting out, but I
Nope,
think I'm
nope,
not
we're
going
not.
to.
Nope, nope. Don't even go there. We're done. We're cut. Cut. One thing that I want to say though is special thank you to everyone that followed. I also want to give a shout out to Mark E and Not for donations. I appreciate the donation. I'm not sure if they wanted the amount public, but I do see the amount. So thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. And as for future tournaments, details will be sent out later, but the next tournament will be on November 9th, Saturday, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which will be a 1v1 Howling Abyss tournament. And I thought about making an ARAM tournament in November, but with the complications of the holiday season plus Thanksgiving in that month, I figured it would be better to do a smaller tournament instead of a big team one. So again, stay tuned for that. The Discord server is down in the Twitch panels. Huge shout out to Check PayPal and shout out to the rest of the teams for competing. Until then, I guess I'll see you guys on Saturday, November 9th. Thomas, you can shut down the stream. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.